delivery across the island. Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the lower house. On the agenda, under statements by ministers, Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport Daryl Vaz is down to make a statement. Under notices of motions given orally, Preparedness Larceny Prevention Amendment Act 2025 is to be tabled. The sectoral debate continues with presentations from Member of Parliament and Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Tofton, and Member of Parliament for St. Catherine North Central, Mrs. Natalie Gay Nita Garvey. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted, with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a session at Gordon House, here are some rules to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, together with its regional health authorities, agencies, and related organizations, make up the public health system and are responsible for healthcare delivery across the island. It's true. According to the ministry's website, the health system was decentralized in 1997 with the promulgation of the Health Services Act and establishment of 4 regional health authorities to deliver healthcare to the population. The Southeast Regional Health Authority, SERA, the Northeast Regional Health Authority, NERA, the Southern Regional Health Authority, and the Western Regional Health Authority. Now over to the proceedings.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh man, none of that. No, brother, no, man.
You see you ever play rest? Dirty game,
yeah,
man.
But it's a bad game. No, I said, place when you come from, brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, brethren. No shake hand, I want to play a little bad, brethren.
Really have to shake hand?
Yeah, man, and no badness, brethren. Just live good, man.
Come together and make the violence done.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders, with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024.
Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%, and January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014.
Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Most major illnesses that affect Jamaicans are caused by unhealthy lifestyles. Over 50% of Jamaicans are overweight. 1 in 3 Jamaicans has high blood pressure. 1 in 8 Jamaicans has diabetes. 17% of Jamaicans have high cholesterol. A healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of most of these diseases. Things like regular exercise and adequate rest can play an important role in maintaining good health. The other major consideration is eating healthy. The question is, how do you walk into a restaurant or fast food outlet and identify the healthier menu items? Better For You is an initiative to help Jamaicans to eat healthier. Restaurants and fast food outlets can voluntarily participate by identifying the items on their menu that meet the food-based dietary guidelines for Jamaica. These menu items would be easily identified with the Better For You logo, so customers can quickly identify healthier meal options by looking at the menu or menu board. Once they see the Better For You logo, they can confidently order that menu item, knowing that it's a healthier choice. Better For You will help Jamaicans to make better choices and prompt restaurants to add better options to their menu. Better For You is better for everyone. Good health begins with better choices.
Hurricane straps help keep your roof secure during heavy winds. Strappies advice: make sure your home is secure. Strap down your roofs to withstand the wailing winds of hurricanes and other major storms. Don't wait until it's too late.
It's a very simple thing. It is inexpensive and it doesn't require much technical know-how to do it.
Strap down your roof now. Save yourself a world of hurt later.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and the protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Jamaica is your homeland. You are not homeless or stateless. What we are trying to build here is a place where every Jamaican can feel proud and comfortable to come back home. That's what we want to build here, your homeland. And if you're finding it difficult where you are, come back here. Ackee and saltfish was always good. It's on the tree, you can get it. Don't stay there and suffer. Come back home. But as I said before, don't come back here to destroy your homeland and what we have been working very hard to create so that you wouldn't have had to leave in the first place. And as I said, we have been making strides in that regard. So expect to be dealt with a firm hand if your intent is criminal. Come back and let us build your homeland so that you can stand up with pride with the citizens of the world about your country. That you don't have to be economic refugees. That's what it is about. Disabuse yourself of this notion that you can only make it through crime and therefore you're going to join a gang and become a part of the problem. I appeal to all of you who have been exposed overseas and see what prosperity is like. Come back home and let us work together to build the prosperous nation that Jamaica is destined to be.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of it. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold no portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Na. We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
In an era of connectivity, loss of electricity could equal frustration. Use power banks to charge devices and conserve their battery. Instead of scrolling, read a book and see what knowledge you stumble upon. Hone your skills. Work out to help you reach your fitness goals. Catch up on sleep lost during hours spent on devices scrolling or completing assignments. Take some time to reflect and think about your current state of being. With no TV to watch, increase family time, converse, play board games. Loss of connectivity, the perfect moment to get back in touch.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested.
Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
The hurricane season runs from June 1 through November 30. It normally peaks between August and October. Be prepared. Place important documents such as legal papers, passport, birth certificate, marriage license, financial papers, medical records, and insurance policies in airtight plastic bags or in a safety deposit box. If possible, make copies of them. You can also use an external hard drive to store your documents and access these secure documents from any computer. Monitor your radio or television for weather updates and instructions. Be prepared.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock. We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Understanding. We thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, laying aside all private interest, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, uniting and knitting together the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
2025, June 10th, 2025. As always, it is an honor and a privilege to do so. Today, members, we continue the sectoral debate for the financial year 2025-2026, in addition to the usual business of the House. I would like to extend special welcome to members who are in the gallery, watching by way of live stream and social media platform, or PBCJ. Members of the Diplomatic Corps and representatives of international organizations. Mr. Errol Green, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Dr. Jacqueline Biseso Mackenzie, Chief Medical Officer. Members of the family of Member of Parliament from Mrs. Natalie, North Central St. Catherine, to her husband, Mr. Marlon Garvey, and her daughter, Morgan Headley. His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Andrew Swaby, Mayor of Kingston, councillors from the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, and the constituency of North Central Constituency. North Central St. Catherine, thank you. The International Church of Foursquare Gospel, Dr. Garrett Phillips, immediate past president, Mrs. Maisie English, corporate secretary. We welcome you here today. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mr. Green, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Matthew Samuda, Ms. Grange, Mr. Morgan, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Whittle, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Dr. Charles, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Carl Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Golding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join you in welcoming members to the sitting of the House today, and particularly to join you in welcoming members of the gallery who are here representing a wide cross-section of interests, specifically health, and certainly the Foursquare Church, as well as representatives from the constituencies, no doubt, of St. Catherine West Central and St. Catherine North Central. Mr. Speaker, particularly including that welcome the Permanent Secretary of Health and Chief Medical Officer of Health who are in the well of the House, and to say that we look forward to a very strong contribution today, certainly contributions today, from the two members that will be speaking in the continuation of the sectoral debate. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move for you to suspend the items from 1 to 14, and for us to proceed to item 15, public business. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would recommend that we begin with the legislative agenda and to ask the Minister of Justice to take the matter in his name in relation to the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel in Jamaica, in order to facilitate their presence and indeed the need for them to move on. We're going to have, of course, will be followed by the Minister of Health, who will make his contribution, and then the member from St. Catherine North Central. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, before you, Minister, the request is on the floor for the suspension of item number 3 to 14. We start at number 15, public business, and as requested by the House Leader, that we take the matter of the Foursquare, Church of the Foursquare. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on the 4th day of February 2025, this Honorable House adopted the report of the Special Select Committee on Private Bills on its deliberations on the private bill shortly entitled, quote, the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel in Jamaica, Incorporation and Vesting Act 2024. Mr. Speaker, since 1938, the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel has operated informally in Jamaica, maintaining a relationship with the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel in Los Angeles, California, USA. On February 5, 1947, following a vote, the Jamaican branch was formally recognized and welcomed into partnership. The purpose of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to allow the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel in Jamaica to function autonomously as a body corporate, empowering it to hold and manage real or personal property for and on behalf of the International Church of Foursquare Gospel in Jamaica in its own name and for its own use. Mr. Speaker, there is a bill before the House which we will ask the Parliament to approve. It has 7 sections. They're fairly straightforward, Mr. Speaker, dealing with the name of the church, that it's a body corporate, how the president and secretary to use the corporation seal, how the seal is to be protected and designed, and also, Mr. Speaker, the appointment of the officers of the church, the certificate of appointment bearing the seal of the corporation should also be recorded at the Island Record Office. Section 6 of the bill prescribes a voting process on matters within the corporation's remit. It provides that matters are determined by majority vote, with the president holding a casting vote in the event of a tie. And Section 7 of the bill addresses the vesting of real and personal property in the corporation. Mr. Speaker, these are the few comments I make in respect of this bill, and if it pleases the House, we can, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, if there are no other contribution, we can move to committee.
This House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. I put clause 1. Those in favor?
Permission of the House, could we just put clause 1 to 6 first?
So move. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
In clause 7, Mr. Speaker, can we delete subsection 3 and 4? Could we delete subsection 3 and 4 of clause 7?
The request is on the floor. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
And then put clause 7 as amended, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Could you put clause 8 and 9 to complete, Mr.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question.
Could we also, Mr. Speaker, delete for the enacting clause?
I put clause 8 and 9. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member? The question is that I do...
The title, could you delete the enacting clause, Mr. Speaker? We delete the enacting clause, the King's Most Excellent Majesty, and substitute, therefore, the words, the Parliament of Jamaica.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage.
One further amendment, Mr. Speaker. It should be, the year is 2025. I think we have 24 in clause 1, a further change. In clause 1, we have 2024.
We'll now take a recommittal
to clause
1
and change the date from 2024 to 2025.
The recommendation is for the amendment to change. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. Clause 1 has been amended, further amended. I now put clause 1 as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
No, with how many amendments?
3 amendments.
Right.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 3 amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time? A third time? Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it.
An act for the incorporation of the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel in Jamaica and the vesting of property in the body so incorporated, read a third time and passed.
House Leader. Mr. Speaker, a small housekeeping matter. Given that the time for the sectoral debate has actually expired, just ahead of the minister being asked to make his contribution, I beg to ask for a recommittal of the items, notices of motions given orally, so as to take the relevant resolution for the continuation of the debate. May it please you.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas Standing Orders 32A1 stipulates that the sectoral debate shall last no longer than 6 weeks each year, and whereas the 2025-26 sectoral debate commenced on April 29, 2025, and the 6-week period will therefore expire on June 10, 2025. Be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Orders 32A1, the sectoral debates be extended until June 24, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now beg to move that the motion which I gave earlier be approved. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion of notice of which a minister gave earlier be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Minister, you are now invited to make your contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today marks the 9th sectorial presentation as Minister of Health and Wellness. And as a proud...
It's the 10th.
10th. Yeah. The 10th, I'm being corrected. Wow. 10th presentation as Minister of Health and Wellness. And as a proud member of this Andrew Holness-led administration, I want to begin, Mr. Speaker, by giving God thanks for his mercies and guidance and protection during this very challenging journey. I want to also recognize and express much appreciation to the various teams I've had to work with during this period, starting with the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister, and the Cabinet of Jamaica, the team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, led by various numbers of permanent secretaries, currently Mr. Errol Green and CMO Bisesa Mackenzie, stakeholder partners, my West Central St. Catherine constituents who are in the gallery. I want to recognize them and thank them for their support. And, of course, my family, represented here today by my two sons, Charles and Adam. I am very proud to have been given the opportunity to serve over these years in this capacity, Mr. Speaker. I am humbled, always reflecting, reviewing my actions when required, while focusing on what, in my judgment, would serve the greater good of the Jamaican people. Along the way, there have been many reviews and recalibrations that were needed, but I have never lost sight of working for the people of Jamaica. Health, Mr. Speaker, can be a very emotive, and we can understand why. Emotive pursuit, and we can understand why. When a child is sick, there is anxiety and fear. When someone dies, it can generate depression and anger. When someone has to wait for care that requires prompt attention, but which is neither life-threatening nor severe enough for an emergency room, it can generate feelings of hopelessness and helplessness. When an elective surgery has to be rescheduled for a loved one, there may be a view that the system has failed them. Mr. Speaker, I do not take these matters lightly. In fact, I've always believed that no matter how much we achieve, there is always room for improvement. As Minister, alongside doctors, nurses, and the entire public health team, I therefore remain committed to continuously enhancing our service delivery and ensuring that we respond with empathy to those affected, especially when concerns or complaints are raised. Mr. Speaker, let me say up front, before I get into the details, that we are not yet where we want to be in public health. But we are certainly far better off today than we were 9+ years ago when this government comes. I intend to show why this is so today as I ask the Jamaican people to stay the course so that this government can continue to build on our health systems for the benefit of the people of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, the public health system saw some 3 million, and I'm rounding the numbers now, 3 million visits, 1.9 to health centers and 1.15 to hospitals. It is very important to note in these numbers and the trends in the preceding years that over the past 5 years, more Jamaicans are visiting health centers and less Jamaicans are going to hospitals. This, Mr. Speaker, is a very important policy success. There are approximately 300,000 more visits to health centers and 250,000 less visits to hospitals in 2024 when compared to 5 years ago. This is so because our health centers have benefited significantly from improvements in infrastructure, added services, and better service delivery. This government has invested in community health care, and the people are getting the benefits of this improved service. I would like to demonstrate the why and the how this is so. To provide context, however, in 2024, there were some 63,000 surgeries performed in public health, 10 million lab tests, 703,000 diagnostic imaging tests, and some 511,000 visits to accident and emergency. Together, more than 2,400 doctors, some 5,500 nurses, 2,000 plus community health aides, more than 1,900 paramedical and allied health workers, as well as our administrators and contractors of services, catering, cleaning, portering, security, and otherwise, have performed their duty to the over 3 million visits to our health system. I want to pause, and I would ask the House to join me in thanking them and recognizing them for their efforts over the past year, acting on behalf of the Jamaican people. Mr. Speaker, the opposition would like the Jamaican people to believe that they finally, in 2025, have the answers to the challenges in public health. They frame their conversation in isolation of the context of where we're coming from, where we are now after 9+ years as government, and the vision and the plans we have for the future, as reflected in our 10-year strategic plan tabled in 2018. They also conveniently ignore current plans being implemented to improve the system after decades of neglect. Yes. Mr. Speaker, to my mind, it is a self-serving, at times deceptive, and I may be even so extreme as to say dishonest narrative. I urge us to cast our minds back to 2015 and just look at how they left the health system. Simply put, it was broken, Mr. Speaker. The news headlines during that year, 2015, tells the tales, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I don't recall at any point in time during this administration any health worker, any surgeon, making the statement that surgeons had to don garbage bags in order to perform surgeries in the public health system. But you know, Mr. Speaker, having cast our minds back to 2015 as a base year for an objective comparison, I would also say that we should not go by media headlines alone. In fact, I'm prepared to say that we have all been subject to media headlines and sometimes feel that we are victims of media headlines because oftentimes it is more anecdotal than capturing the context of a particular circumstance. So let us examine the facts to determine how much better off we are when compared to 2015. Back in 2016-17, the budget for capital projects in health was 1.88 billion, while the staffing budget was 31.12 billion. This year, 25-26, health's budget for capital projects is up to 10.18 billion, a mere five-fold increase from 2015 and from the 6.9 billion in the last financial year. The staffing budget stands at 93.77 billion, up from 33 billion in 2016-2017. Simply put, under this government's tenure, there have been more hospitals and health center build-outs, more posts for healthcare workers, and more compensation for our workers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no question that this administration is making a sincere and tangible attempt to improve our health services, and certainly better than any attempt before 2015. Let me say again, there are still challenges, but we are better off today than we were back in 2015. Mr. Speaker, we must stay the course in order to continue with these improvements. Another example of how and why the Jamaican people are better off from government health services since 2015 is through the expanded role of the National Health Fund. One significant example of the NHF's provision of coverage for only 2 cancers in 2015, breast cancer and prostate cancer. Today, the NHF provides coverage for 5 cancers: lung cancer, colorectal cancer, and multiple myeloma, in addition to breast cancer and prostate cancer. Further, Mr. Speaker, the agency has also expanded its coverage from 16 conditions in 2015-2016 to 24 conditions in 2024, including attention deficit hyperactive disorder, lupus, Parkinson's disease, and thyroid disease. These were conditions that were never covered under the National Health Fund up to 2015. To make the point even more, Mr. Speaker, since 2015, in 2015, the NHF prescribed just under 1 million prescriptions. Last year, the NHF wrote 3 million prescriptions providing free or subsidized drugs to Jamaicans. The Jamaican people are in fact better off today, Mr. Speaker, and this is why we urge them to stay the course. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to spend a little time responding to the opposition leader based on his comments during the budget presentation, because he did spend a lot of time on health, and he made a number of comments and criticisms. And, you know, in our democracy, we're all entitled to our opinion, but we're not all entitled to our own facts. Opinions are opinions, and facts are facts. And I think it's important to address some of the issues raised. The leader of the opposition says he wants to improve primary care with a focus on building out health centers. That is a good thought, but has he made any effort to see what we have been doing? Mr. Speaker, last year we published this document, Mr. Speaker, the Primary Health Care Reform for Jamaica 2021-2030. And this document, Mr. Speaker, outlines very clearly this 10-year development plan for primary health care, the clear shift towards screening and prevention, and we are in fact doing it as we speak. We're adding more services at the community or primary level, including adolescent health, elderly health, rehabilitative and palliative care, as well as ophthalmological and audiometric screening together with dentistry, diabetic retinopathy, and lab services, among others. In other words, Mr. Speaker, what the leader of the opposition was calling for or promising to do, this Jamaica Labour Party government is already doing. And they say imitation is the best form of flattery. We have no problem with it. What we would say, though, is credit us with doing what we're doing, even if you want to do it also, should you have the time and the space so to do. Another example, Mr. Speaker, of the commitment in keeping with responding to the opposition leader to developing primary health care is under the Health System Strengthening Program. This is a program that is financed by the IDB, by the EU, and by the government of Jamaica. Under this program, 13 health centers and hospitals are being equipped with digitized patient records, modern diagnostic machinery, and these facilities will see new services and expanded staff for the communities they serve. And I want to just outline, for the benefit of all, what this government is doing as it relates to health centers. Maypen, under this program, and this is just one of several programs, Maypen West Health, $300 million. Maypen East, $748 million to spend. St. Anne's Bay Health Center, $309 million. Ocho Rios Health Center, $759 million. Brownstown Health Center, $765 million. Moco Health Center, $139 million. Greater Portmore, $513 million. Old Harbour, $681 million, and St. Jago Park, $516 million. These figures, Mr. Speaker, represent commitment to primary health care. Under the Operation Refresh, we have completed some 13 health centers to the tune of more than $100 million. The works have included the addition of AC units, waiting area upgrades, doctors' offices, bathrooms, and the addition of running water as well as kitchenettes. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I look back at the last 5 years and the expenditure on primary health care, health centers, equipment, and personnel shows that some $3.88 billion has been spent across the 4 regional health authorities to upgrade primary health care facilities. And it's all there. $99 million for Westmoreland, $87 million for Trelawney, $205 million for St. James, $49 million for Hanover, and I could go on and on. Every single parish have gotten an allocation for health centers as part of our primary reform upgrades. In addition to the addition of services and improved infrastructure, we are making available more points of care for the people of Jamaica, even as we adopt the life stage approach, which accounts for, among other things, biological, behavioral, and social factors that influence a person's health and well-being from birth to old age. Mr. Speaker, the opposition tends to like to call for audits because we're building out so much. And we have no issues with audits. It's a process, it's part of what our democracy allows for, and we welcome audits at any time. There's a difference, though. In a sense, we're at a disadvantage because when they were there, we couldn't call for any audits because they weren't building anything.
No money was
They
there.
weren't building anything. This government over the last 9 years has put more money into infrastructure for health centers than any other government before, Mr. Speaker. We have also added staff. Since 2016, we have established some 1,900 posts for medical officers, a 30% increase in doctors at the primary level, Mr. Speaker, from 338 to 432 in 2025. 1,495 posts for registered nurses and 97 new posts for midwives. Over 1,000 for community health aides, and move the health inspector cadre from 460 to 862, as well as 70 additional permanent posts for vector control workers. Mr. Speaker, we are putting people into health care to provide better service for the people of Jamaica. The opposition leader wants us to give more time to screening for NCDs. That was the other point he made. But we're already doing it, Mr. Speaker. when I mentioned that we were doing the Know Your Numbers, he sort of shrugged it off as being not consequential. Well, I'm here to tell him that under the Know Your Numbers program, we did some 289,000 tests over the last year and a half. Screening for blood pressure, blood glucose, cholesterol, body mass index. And in fact, it's a valuable program because between 25 and 30% of persons screened had abnormal readings. So his call for screening is a good one, the difference being that we are already doing it. And we are encouraged by that call and will continue to expand. In fact, this year we will continue the rollout of screening island-wide, also as part of the primary healthcare reform, which champions routine screening and delivery of health education messages according to the life stage approach. We will integrate the Know Your Numbers, therefore, into the health center, thereby enabling the increase in the health literacy of the population for better decision making. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the government is prioritizing screening and will continue to expand under our new life stage approach. They are saying it, we are saying it, the difference is we are doing it and will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. The opposition also, the opposition leader that is, said he wants to put an MRI machine in every parish hospital. Now, this is interesting because in 2015, the last year before they demitted office, there were no MRI machines in the public health system, only 2 CT scans, and no mammogram machines or digital X-ray units. Compare that to today. Today, the public health system, including the University Hospital of the West Indies, boasts 3 MRI machines, 5 CT scans, 3 mammogram machines, 20 digital X-ray units, and 11 portable digital X-ray units, more than any time before, Mr. Speaker. The question is, do we need more? Of course we need more. We do need more, and so we will agree on that. But more is on its way, in that we have the leasing program, which is about to be completed through the procurement process, which will see another 10 CT machines and 6 MRI units being added to the fleet of important diagnostic as part of a leasing arrangement. I want to address, Mr. Speaker, the issue of Cornwall Regional, where the opposition likes to reference as a sign of failure on the part of this government. Firstly, the biggest lesson from the Cornwall Regional experience is the consequences of maintenance neglect of our health infrastructure. And let me just say, without any fear of contradiction, that the opposition is not an innocent bystander in this regard, as they would like to now posture. Between 2004 and 2016, chronic inefficiencies plagued the hospital air conditioning system, stemming from poor and inadequate maintenance, poor planning, and inadequate evaluation of the challenge. By 2009, air quality issues emerged across multiple floors, which worsened by 2015, at which point the staff were being affected by chemical odors and contaminants. Mr. Speaker, it is they, for the most part, who neglected the problem from then, which led to the serious deterioration and which we now have to fix this government. We have to respond to the crisis, we had to, of collapse by building out a set of infrastructure to serve patients while shutting down the main building for repairs, all this while suspending renovation activities for 3 years to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. That's the context that they conveniently avoid. You know, Mr. Speaker, Cornwall Regional is like, just to kind of simplify it, it's like a jumbo jet flying over the Atlantic Ocean with 450 souls on board, because that was the occupancy level at the time. And there are some difficulties developed by the engine. And if you follow the opposition, based on their criticism of time, they would try to fix the engine at 36,000 feet, which would likely lead to the death of everybody. In our case, Mr. Speaker, we had to land the plane, disembark, find alternatives for those who were in the institution, and then took our time to address the problem in Cornwall Regional, Mr. Speaker. Now let me just state categorically that I regret, and this is sincere, I regret the inconvenience caused by the time it has taken to reopen the Cornwall Regional. I am indeed sorry that a solution could not have been found earlier, and I genuinely say this. I, however, reject any notion that this was either deliberate or based on anything untoward. All efforts were made to do the right thing, and today we are doing the right thing, Mr. Speaker. I also reject this mischief that this price tag is based on some cost overruns. Let me just outline. The government has so far spent more than $9.4 billion on Cornwall Regional Project, not the $24 billion. As a matter of fact, every time I hear opposition member reference Cornwall Regional, they move the figure from 23 to 26 to 27. So let me just say, up to now, up to this point, we have spent $9.4 billion, $620 million on professional services, $5.8 billion on works, $235 million on medical equipment, $2.2 billion on the operation of temporary facilities, which needed to be put in place to deal with the persons who are in the facility and subsequent treatment of others, and close to $524 million on support services. This involved, by the way, to date, this is important for the record, Mr. Speaker, this involved some 35 contractors, as I understand it, with a procurement process that at times involved 5 to 7 months to reach a decision. The much talked about $23 billion price tag is a projection. Yes, it's by us, it's a projection, but we haven't spent it as yet. And we are not there yet. The narrative, therefore, of criticizing cost overrun based on a $24 billion is not only an exaggeration, it is a dishonest description of the challenge that we face at Cornwall Regional and the approach that we have taken. Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, the opposition raised issues, and perhaps in their role, rightfully so, about value for money. And just to be clear, the call for an audit of Cornwall is redundant because the Auditor General is at Cornwall doing an audit, which we welcome and have no issues with. But context is important when we think about value for money. First of all, you had an old 50-plus-year-old building that was never maintained, that was poorly designed, as much as we accepted the gift from the Canadians, that had full capacity occupancy when it collapsed, and we had to therefore act within that context. That context meant not shutting down immediately and putting everybody out on the street, or people would have died. What that context meant is that we had to build a replacement around Cornwall, transition the services into that replacement, and while we were trying to address the problem, the rescoping was necessary because the building was far more sick than we had anticipated. What is bold about our approach is that this Andrew Holness government decided not to take a Band-Aid approach, but to fix the problem once and for all, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, they should be credited for it. But you know, Mr. Speaker,
no money.
It is said that children, or should I say, there's a old tale that says fools and children should not be shown unfinished work, because there is the potential of misunderstanding what the finished work will look like. I'm not accusing the opposition of the former, but they are acting like kindergarten children when it comes to trying to assess in a deep way what challenges we face with such a life-saving institution and why it was necessary to take the action that needed to be taken. The idea, Mr. Speaker, that the services of Cornwall are not continued is also not true, and an insult to the men and women who have worked hard to preserve health and save many lives each day. Over the 6 years of Cornwall Regional's main building closure, the hospital has actually performed creditably, because the hospital is not the building, It's more the people who provide the service. Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, outpatients saw 86,000 visits, rounding off the figures. Accident and emergency, 40,000. Inpatient, 13,000. Surgeries, 3,101. Lab tests, 1.7 million. Oncology, 11,000 plus chemotherapy treatment. 612 patients receiving radiotherapy treatment on the Linac machine, and some 10,000 treatment for dialysis. Wow. Cornwall Regional, Mr. Speaker, at the end of it is a case study on how not to maintain a government infrastructure, and we must all learn from it. In the meantime, I am happy to announce that we are seeing the end of this long journey to restoring Cornwall. The new offerings at Cornwall Regional will have 11 new operating theatres, new CT and MRI additional diagnostic services, an A&E department that is close to twice the size of the original, new maternity suite, new and expanded dietary serving Cornwall Regional and Western Child and Adolescent, a new nursery, new intensive care unit, and all the other amenities which will be totally new. You know, Mr. Speaker, we have consultants on this project that are not based in Jamaica. Back to the value for money issue. And when you compare what it would cost to build a 40,000 square foot space, as Cornwall is, in the United States of America, I am told that it would cost anywhere between $700 and $1,200 US per square foot just for the building. Cornwall, that would equate to up to about 45 billion Jamaican dollars for a similar establishment. Cornwall Regional, if the projections follow through, which we expect it to, will be built and equipped for less than half that amount. And from that perspective, Mr. Speaker, I think we are getting value for money, and I believe the people of Western Jamaica and Jamaica will be better off for the decision taken by this government. We need to avoid a second Cornwall, however, Mr. Speaker. As a government, we are therefore now focusing on the Kingston Public Hospital, the facility which opened its doors in 1776 and which currently boasts 484 beds, has been plagued by challenges due to the age of the plant and poor maintenance. I'm happy to announce that we have now identified lands for lease to purchase and have commenced plans for a new KPH. Mr. Speaker, a land use survey report was prepared on the properties around KPH, inclusive of the 35 parcels identified, and the National Land Agency is coordinating the compulsory acquisition of the required lands. More will be said about this, Mr. Speaker, in the future, but we have to now focus on KPH while we learn the lessons from the Cornwall Regional Hospital. That's the sensible approach, and as a government, we intend to do just that. Mr. Speaker, significant renovations are taking place at other health facilities. We have spoken about the University Hospital of the West Indies. We are in the final stages of procurement, 6-story building, 120,000 square foot medical facility, 40 medical and surgical beds, improvement in outpatient, lecture rooms, conference rooms. Remember now, UHWI is very important to training our health workers. And so we have to invest there and expect an announcement soon and a breaking of ground, which the opposition doesn't like, by the way. They don't see groundbreaking as progress. And we will have a groundbreaking because we need to encourage and build confidence in the system that things are happening, and things are happening in public health. But together with the Western Child and Adolescent Hospital, which is 220 beds, final stages of completion, we expect that to be completed sometime this year. These developments should see across the country more than 450 additional beds being added to the cadre of beds in our country. In addition to that, we have already added some 338 beds during the COVID period. So as a government, over this period, we would have added close to and are building out some 830 beds to add almost 20% additional bed capacity to our fleet of beds in public health. Mr. Speaker, a critical pivot point to improving health services is filling the gaps that exist for healthcare workers. We have long had shortages of specialist nurses, specialist doctors, and other critical support staff like radiologists, biomedical engineers, Our last count suggests a shortage, for example, of radiologists by more than 50%, and a shortage of some 1,388 of specialist nurses of various areas. Two factors contribute to this: the increasing mobility of our skilled labor force with the increasingly attractive offers to incentivize economic migration. The fact is, countries are competing for healthcare workers. Jamaica is a soft target because we produce good healthcare workers, and we are close to the main developed markets of the US and Canada and the UK in some instances. Secondly, the government's health reform strategies, which are seeing more posts and greater demand for these specialized skill sets locally. So we are actually creating more posts. I just commented on that. So we need more people in order to serve the profile and the demand of the population. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we have to fix the HR issue as we build out the infrastructure to give the people of Jamaica more services and services that they require. I'll give you an example. I won't go through all of them for time. Psychiatric nursing, we have 140 currently employed. We need 360. We have a 220 gap. Pediatric nurses, 69 employed. We need 283, 214 gap. Oncology or cancer care, 21, 130 required, 110 gap. Nephrology, 59, 130 required, 71 gap. Just an example of the shortages that we face. Mr. Speaker, we have to be more aggressive in our push to right-size our HR policy for better service delivery. How are we doing this? Firstly, if Jamaicans are qualified and available, we will pursue this option as a priority. We also have to help locals who are willing and able to qualify for these posts, and this government is doing just that. That is why we introduced the Barrowin Scholarship, which last year awarded 600 scholarship places. 536 were taken up, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, these persons are actually studying various areas of medical or health care with the intention of coming back into the public health system, because it's a development scholarship. I am happy to announce that this week we will advertise another $500 million for scholarships in the print media and on the website of the Ministry of Health and Wellness for new applicants for the new year. We did say it was for 5 years, 500 million a year. The next application will be this week. Mr. Speaker, we are, however, in keeping with the development nature of this scholarship, we're going to be targeting certain areas. This may not be exclusively so, but primarily so. So this tranche of advertising will look to encouraging biomedical engineers, medical physics, speech therapy, 3rd and 4th year nursing and midwifery, occupational therapy, radiation therapy, and dental nurse therapy, and nursing educators. Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that we give, and are ensuring that we give, more Jamaicans priority at all times. But history has shown that there is a limit to this due to the external and local factors. And so we have to continue to expand our outreach to meet demands of our healthcare needs. And this is not new. We are committed, for example, to continuing our Cuban partnership, as these arrangements have been of significant benefit over the years. And this propaganda that the opposition and others have been pushing, that somehow we are sending Cubans home, I want to just say very clearly that we value the partnership with Cuba. We value their contribution. Currently, we have 88 Cuban doctors and 199 nurses here. And I want to just recognize the initiative and their efforts. And hopefully we'll continue to build on that. The future of HR in health will require more collaboration, however, using technology and friendships to fill the gaps that have been and are being created from a highly mobile labor force. We have to look wider, think deeper, and adjust our traditional thinking around who and how to get more skills in healthcare. We have started through exploring long-term relationships in training and clinical exchanges with India, the Philippines, and Nigeria. In the first instance, these countries were targeted, Mr. Speaker, based on friendships, existing friendships, compatibility with language, training modules and technology availability, and past experiences with these nationals as healthcare workers in Jamaica. Earlier this year, you would have heard that I visited both the Philippines and India. We had excellent discussions, and there's a follow-on in terms of trying to materialize or actualize these relationships for the benefit of training. Where training is not sufficient and we have gaps and our patients or Jamaicans need help, and we can establish a clinical exchange where doctors come here, nurses come here to fill some of the gaps, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to do the same thing just as we do with the Cubans. More will be said on that in the future. Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly turn to what I consider to be challenges that we have to confront. I address them as pain points in public health, and to suggest approaches that we will, over the next year or two, try to address in order to drive greater efficiencies. The first one is operating theaters. Now, too often we have downtime in our operating theaters, which leads to surgeries being cancelled. We're also challenged by the high trauma nature of our society. Bike accident, motor vehicle accidents, domestic violence, which, by the way, is coming down because crime is now moving down faster than any other point under this government, which, by the way, is a positive impact on the healthcare system. Very positive impact. And so the government must be recognized for that. At any point in time, we have between 25 and 20% of our operating theaters down. We have about 73 in the country, public health system, including 17 at the University of the West Indies. I've been talking to the surgeons, talking to the administrators to find a solution. As a result, I've asked the regional health authorities to do the following. Firstly, to appoint an operating theater manager at each hospital whose responsibility it will be to ensure the best practice protocols are followed for scheduled maintenance and usage. Some hospitals have operating theater managers, some do not. We're going to standardize it across the board. Secondly, develop and implement a revised policy on supplier servicing and inventory of parts to ensure quick turnaround for repairs. And that's important because oftentimes you have the money to pay for repairs, but the supplier tells you you have to wait 2 months or 3 months, which to my mind is unacceptable in an essential service. And so where suppliers cannot guarantee parts within a certain time, then to my mind we have to find alternatives. And the regional teams have been mandated to that. A third and major area of concern is air quality and maintaining efficient ventilation systems in our operating theaters. I have asked that all operating theaters have a backup ventilation system from when the main system goes down, either unexpectedly or for maintenance. Again, this is an inconsistent feature throughout the country. The University Hospital of the West Indies, for example, has 17 operating theaters. They rarely go down because they have a backup system. In the past, some surgeons have been against the smaller systems because of challenges with air quality. But the technology has provided for temporary backup systems, and we want to ensure that we install in all operating theaters across the country to ensure greater consistency. I'm also happy to announce, Mr. Speaker, that we see the need for additional operating theater capacity. As a result, we are building out, as we speak, and have built some already, and more to come over the next year or so, 27 new operating theaters to add to the capacity of operating theaters. That's a 37% increase in new operating theaters over the next 2 years. Cornwall Regional Hospital will have 11 new operating theaters. Spanish Town Hospital, which has 2, will have 5. St. Anne's Bay, 1 additional. Maypen, 1 additional. Western Child and Adolescent, 4. Shackleton, Noel Homes, National Chest, and Lionel Town, and Linstead Hospitals will get 1 or 1 additional. That's 27 over the next year and a half, Mr. Speaker. We will, as a government, improve our existing maintenance arrangements for operating theaters and add significant inventory, Mr. Speaker. That's why we need to stay the course. And that's why we ask the Jamaican people. We have a plan, and we're living by that plan. The other area, Mr. Speaker, is triage and A&E. Many Jamaicans still do not understand that A&E does not operate on a first-come, first-served basis, so that those cases that are not urgent are likely to be told to wait for many hours before seeing a doctor following an initial assessment. They would understandably become disgruntled because of the long wait. And so the real challenge is, how do we identify quickly that 25–30% of persons who really don't have an emergency? And what do we do with them to get them treated or tended to as quickly as possible to avoid the frustration with wait? You know, some years ago, we started this program where 29 health centers are offering extended hours from 4 p.m., in some instances up to 10 p.m. As part of the expansion of this initiative, in keeping with trying to manage A&E and the long waits, we are codenaming Extended Care, which is a similar program that will add another 25% more health centers, particularly those closest to hospitals, but some in critical town centers, where we will standardize the opening hours from 4 to 10 p.m., and also are looking at the possibility of offering pharmacy services within those contexts. So in other words, if you live close to one of these health centers, you don't need to go to A&E because you have an emergency or a perceived emergency. You can go to a health center which will be open up until 10 p.m. Now, it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that in 2015, of the 300 or so primary healthcare facilities, only 60 of these were offering doctors' consultation and curative visits 5 days a week. Only 60 of the 300. We are now intending on doubling that capacity, adding another 67 health centers that will offer a doctor within those health centers 5 full days a week. I go out a lot in the countryside, and oftentimes when I go, particularly deep rural, I get the comments from the health center operators or the people in particular, who say, listen man, I need a doctor. Can you put a doctor in this health center? And it's a genuine call. And the reality is, if we had a doctor in those health centers, persons would not want to go to the town centers. And in fact, we have expanded that during the 9-year period. What we intend to do is to double that, which will again contribute to more people going to health centers and less people turning up at hospital because they think they have no choice. So we'll be working on that, Mr. Speaker. I want to touch on food handlers permit. A lot of people may not know that the Ministry of Health manages food handlers permits. And approximately 300,000 persons apply. Until I'm finished.
That's not how we say it. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the principles of the standing order as we have indicated, I beg to move that the member's time be extended by 15 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor that the presenter time be extended by 15 minutes. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. You may continue.
I want to thank the House Leader, but I think it was Bob Marley who said, so much things to say right now. So much things to say. I'll try. I want to look at food handlers permit. Food handlers permit. Some 300,000 Jamaicans each year apply for food handlers permits. And oftentimes they have to wait 3, 4, 5, 6 months for a permit that lasts 12 months. So as soon as they get it, they have to reapply. The process is cumbersome, it's bureaucratic, and it does create challenges for people who are doing business and require the food handlers permit. I've met with the Environmental Health Division, and we are overhauling the policy around the National Food Handlers Permit and Training Certification Program. This will involve extending the term for a food handler's permit renewal from 1 year to 2 years. So when you get it, it lasts for 2 years. Introduce convenient bill payment service option effective January 1, 2026. This idea of going to a place that is in a particular part of the parish, as opposed to going to a Paymaster or a Bills Express or or the bank or somewhere, is no longer relevant. Times have changed, and so we're going to be changing that. Implement a bimodal modular training format to reduce certification processing time for 3 weeks, from 3 weeks to 2 weeks. Introduce new technology to facilitate faster and more efficient processing to eliminate delays and backlog, and increase the cadre of professionally trained food handlers to reduce the risk of outbreaks linked to improper food handling. And finally, increase application access points, reducing wait time and enhancing delivery. Madam Speaker, public health should ensure that food safety is priority, but we should not be a bureaucratic nightmare for business people who want to do their business. So we have to modernize this process, and we will. I want to turn to another point, which is pharmaceutical approvals. Last year, we saw some 2,518 applications for approvals at the Standards and Regulations Division. 10 years ago, we were averaging some 1,700. So there have been a 46% increase in applications by importers or pharmaceutical distributors for permits. A lot of times, and this is a big area of complaint by the importers and the pharmaceutical distributors, a lot of times I'm told by the team that the issue is the incomplete dossiers. In other words, the forms that you fill out and the supporting documents. Because the system is so antiquated, Mr. Speaker, those applications have to await a response, which sometimes takes a long time. And so it creates a bottleneck, and it creates and affects the smooth flow of business, and indeed patient care, because we do need the drugs to assist our patients. We will then therefore move over the next year to do the following policy changes based on discussion with the team internally and my own discussion with some of the stakeholders externally. We're going to establish a protocol for greater dependence on what we call the reliance system for drug approvals, in collaboration with the US, UK, and European standards. What that means is that if a drug is approved by the US or the UK regulatory agencies or the European regulatory agencies, then it will be fast-tracked in terms of the approvals here in Jamaica. In a sense, we are relying on their interrogation of that process, and we'll establish relationships in order to do that and make whatever necessary adjustment in interrogation that we need to make, but we'll place some reliance on that. We will also move to digitize the application process so that applicants will not need to wait for a response to determine incomplete nature of their application, as this will be flagged on the online application process while filling out the form. So some 80% of delays are linked to incomplete dossiers. The online application would not be accepted if you do not tick all the boxes to demonstrate that you have completed that process. And finally, in addition, we will establish an express window for local manufacturers who apply for approvals once they are manufacturing locally for the local and export market. I believe that health needs to aid export and local manufacturing. And so we will give priority to those local manufacturers. And this we hope to begin working on and hopefully completing over the next 12 months. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to this important area of older persons in our population. The older population, 60 years and older, in Jamaica is the fastest growing age group, increasing at approximately 1.9% annually from 264,000, rounding the numbers, to 360,000 between 2001 projected to 2030. The dependent older population, 65 years and older, was estimated at 199,000 in 2001, expected to increase to 321,000 in 2030. The working age will reach its maximum based on these projections in 2025 at about 66.5% of the total population. And if we extend that up to 2058, these are projections that economists make, forecasting projections, the older population is predicted to be larger than the young, with a rate of increase faster than decline. Simply put, we are having an aging population, and we're going to have people with needs within that cohort more than we have today. Health has to respond to that, because what we're experiencing, Mr. Speaker, yes, including in this House, all of us, we're experiencing demographic transition, and public health has to be prepared to respond. The shift underscores the need to prepare for aging population, adopting societal structures including the workforce, health systems to address this evolving demographic landscape. And so from health perspective, we're looking to the future. What do? We're preparing the health program for older persons plan, which seeks to maximize the period in which older persons maintain good health, wellness, and functional independence through the promotion of healthy aging through this life course approach. Building the capacity of at least 90% of healthcare practitioners in primary care to identify and manage healthcare needs in older adults, and to provide allied health and rehabilitative services to older persons with complex health and disabilities needs. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the primary healthcare system will become even more important, because more often than not, our older population will reside in their community and want to access quick care. And so under the primary healthcare model, we are rolling out training of health providers this year, so that the next 2 years we can establish basic screening for functional capacity, as well as a core of other services, some of which are outlined in the presentation, which I won't touch on at this point. I want to mention, though, Mr. Speaker, that we are expanding our family health programs to include older persons' health. While we do that, we're also turning our attention to women's health to address some specific challenges faced by our women. We have to look after our women. Right, men? I don't hear anybody say anything. Okay, thank you very much. We have to look after our women.
I'm not going to comment on that.
You're not commenting on that? Okay. Mr. Speaker, the perimenopausal period is one of those issues that affects the well-being and productivity of women. Menopause, we know, Mr. Speaker, is neither, yes, we know from the science, is neither, I come into men because they have problems too. And they have problems too. We all will, it's a natural course of life. Menopause, we know, is neither a disease nor a disorder. Let me make that clear. However, it impacts the state of mind and the overall wellness of so many of our women, some of whom begin to experience symptoms as early as in their 30s. This is what the research says. In fact, a study by the British Menopausal Society notes that more than 80% of women will be menopausal by age 54, with up to 80 to 90% of women having symptoms, 25% of which will be described as severe or debilitating. There is also growing evidence that there should be a clinical response to this personal life stage experience. I have therefore asked a team headed by the Most Honorable Denise Eldemaya Shearer, who is an expert in that field, to explore and establish a standard clinical response for this life stage. It is time to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that our women experiencing these symptoms should not be experiencing it on their own. They deserve support, particularly in the context of an older population for the future. Now, but women are not the only ones at a particular life stage that have this issue. Older men are also an important focus within the ministry's care delivery framework. As men age, they undergo hormonal changes too, particularly a gradual decline in testosterone levels, which, although distinct from the hormonal transition experienced by women, can nonetheless lead to a range of physical, sexual, psychological health challenges. These may include fatigue, decreased libido, mood changes, and reduced muscle mass. Recognizing and addressing these issues is essential to promoting the well-being and quality of life of older men. As such,
Fitzman talking about you. Long time.
I think
that happened a long time.
You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why we can talk and laugh about it is because all of us will get there. But from my perspective as health,
I get there longer. Some of us reach and pass.
Some of us reach and pass. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, seriously, as such, the specific health needs will also form part of the ministry's overall strategy to offer comprehensive care for the aging population through the adoption of the life stage approach. The point is that this government, this Andrew Holness-led government, is going for the last 9 years. We've thought about everything. And we have a plan to deal with every reality. And that's a good thing for Jamaica. That's a good thing for the people of Jamaica. And guess what? We're not just thinking about us, we're thinking about you too. Right, Fitz? Everybody. Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly touch on mental illness because it has been a source of stigma and misunderstanding. We have, however, begun to chip away at entrenched stigma, deepening public understanding and confronting the culture of silence that too often surrounds mental health. A number of things are being done. I'll skip some of it that is listed here, but we are getting more responses. And I want to just quickly outline how the data is showing that. The number of people seeking help through our mental health clinics has increased from 107,000 visits in 2015 to 190,000 in 2021. The mental health and suicide prevention helpline saw a substantial rise in usage, as mentioned earlier. And the Do Your Share mental wellness campaign has in the past 18 months donated wellness benches across the country. And we are also pursuing this wellness check initiative. There are a range of things that we are doing. Now, what are we going to be confronting over the next year to try to address the challenge of expanded mental health challenges, particularly in the post-COVID era? Fill vacant psychiatric posts to improve service coverage. You would have heard that we have created more posts. Expand community mental health service with the addition of mental health officers and psychiatric nursing aides. Establish psychiatric emergency and maintenance teams in selected urban centers to improve response time during crises, and update a national mental health policy to shape the sector's future. This is so important, Mr. Speaker, and we will speak more on this over time. I want to quickly touch on maternal health, because we have had challenges there, and I'm happy to report that we are making or showing improvements in addressing those challenges. We continue to advance a coordinated and strategic response to reduce preventable maternal and neonatal deaths in Jamaica. Through strengthening governance, targeting investment, the maternal and neonatal health program has made significant progress. The Sustainable Development Goal sets us 70 maternal deaths to 100 live births. An upward trend in maternal mortality ratio for Jamaica over the past 2 decades has been a major concern, and we all should be concerned about that, where we had up to 213 deaths per 100 live births. Today, that trend over the last 3 years has come down to 133 deaths per 100,000 live births, which is an improvement, and the trend suggests that those improvements are continuing. More than 320 health centers, many of which have undergone recent renovation, offer maternal and child health services. There was a marked improvement in the proportion of women who sought antenatal care in the first trimester, reflecting early engagement and equitable access. In fact, we are really encouraged because the work that we have been doing at the primary level is showing now that in 2023, 45% of women received antenatal care in the first trimester compared to 22% in 2018. So the message is getting out, and it's leading to more lives being saved or secured. Recognizing the vulnerability of adolescents, Jamaica launched a dedicated teenager clinic at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital, the largest maternal hospital in the country and the English-speaking Caribbean. I want to also comment, and I'm skipping through in the interest of time, that we should all be proud, Mr. Speaker, to note that Jamaica has achieved the elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis. This milestone, celebrated on May 7, 2024, along with Belize and the St. Vincent and Grenadines, make them the latest countries in the Americas to receive WHO certifications. Very, very important, and it's a credit to the work that the health team have been doing. Mr. Speaker, I want to project a little as I close in 10 minutes. As we build out our health infrastructure for the future needs of our population, we must continue to vision, forecast, and plan for the new and emerging opportunities to improve health service delivery. This is where leadership, Mr. Speaker, leadership requires serious thought, a futuristic examination of both the challenges we will face and the solutions for those challenges. Leadership is not about raising alarm about medical equipment based on what you see on Google. Leadership is about serious analysis and assessment. This is not a government by Google. This is a government by research. This is a government that is driven by science, and this is a government that is influenced by what is in the best interest of the Jamaican people. Mr. Speaker, here are a few trends we must watch and respond to. And I'm speaking about the third term and the importance of this government and all of us actually preparing ourselves. The future risk to our health will continue to be lifestyle diseases. A crude breakout of lifestyle disease showed that 80% of our population who die each year are dying from NCDs, broken out into general categories of diabetes, cerebrovascular disease, hypertensive disease, and ischemic heart disease. Those are the top 4 causes of death. It is also likely that we will continue to see stagnant or lower birth rates, which means aging population, which I addressed earlier. We'll also likely see greater outward and inward migration and a need for greater collaboration between friendly bilateral and multilateral partners for a more cohesive social and economic development. The truth is, if our population decline because of less than adequate replacement value in terms of birth rates, we're going to have issues in terms of labor force, as we are having now. We're going to have a lot of issues, socioeconomic issues, which I won't go into today, but I'm addressing now the health perspective. What is the public health response to these likely developments? There are many, but I want to focus on 2 quick ones. The 4 major causes of premature mortality and early onset of illness require a combination of prevention practices, screening, and treatment. And that's where I agree with the leader of the opposition in terms of primary health care and screening. Our current reforms to primary and secondary health care is an attempt at reducing the risk associated with these areas. But I think we need to do more to map the trajectory of these illnesses, Mr. Speaker, and determine the points of intervention that reduce the risk and support continued expansion in specialized monitoring and care. Mr. Speaker, I've asked a team headed by Professor Trevor Ferguson, chair of the NCD Commission, to establish subcommittees within this task force for the development of centers of excellence around these 4 key disease risks, which are the main cause of death in Jamaica. The committee will, among other things, look at the epidemiological profiling and surveillance, primary prevention and health promotion, integrated and people-centered care models, and policy governance and multi-sectoral action. The terms of reference will include mapping the life course of vulnerable groups and determining a pathway to continuous research and treatment for these diseases. And I've asked for a report over the next 12 months, which hopefully will then guide new policies and new programs to address what the future projections look like. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is artificial intelligence. How can we discuss health and indeed anything without recognizing the trends that are taking place in artificial intelligence, technology? Mr. Speaker, this is one of the most important forward-thinking thrusts to secure the future of health service delivery. And we have come up, the team and I, with a phrase that we would like to capture this work under called artificial intelligence technology enhanced care for health, or AI tech for short. We have to prepare ourselves for the changes in medical sciences and technology linked to treatment and care to make health screening and treatment more accessible and outcomes more predictable. And this is where AI tech comes in. So artificial intelligence, for those who may want a refresher, is the process of using technology-driven data to assess, analyze, predict, and influence outcomes. In healthcare, easier and faster screening, more minimal invasive treatment procedures, remote monitoring, and support for the chronically ill. So this is how it connects. If you have an aging population, and many older persons don't want to live with their children, they prefer to live in their own circumstances, their own homes. The children are going to be worried that they are on their own. The technology exists to provide constant monitoring and a response that could be remote. And the truth is, that is the future. That is where the process is going. We will not be left behind. This government will lead the artificial intelligence in an ethical way to support the trends in the future of our country. I'm announcing today, therefore, Mr. Speaker, an AI Tech Council of Experts, chaired by Dr. Ruben Pillay, Professor and Assistant Dean of the School of Medicine and Health Innovations at the University of Alabama in the US, to examine the trends and recommend new systems using AI technology to address the following areas. And these are the areas that we have come up with because we have spent some time preparing terms of reference, Mr. Speaker. Cross-border treatment support, including with radiology services. Lifestyle-linked medical profile predictability. In other words, you can actually be screened and a projection made as to what disease you're vulnerable for in the future. That's how advanced technology is. Community-based screening, we're doing that now, but you have to go to 4 different stations to get 10 more minutes and I'm finished. Thank you. 5 more. 5. Yeah, 5.
Member, you have 5 minutes to wrap up. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lifestyle-linked medical profile predictability, home care for the chronically ill or older population, ongoing monitoring and assessment, and any other new trends and practices ethically accepted in healthcare delivery. The AI Tech Council of Experts will conduct the necessary applied research and coordination to generate a report aligned to the country's 10-year strategic plan to integrate AI technology in our health services delivery. We have asked them to work for a year with a secretariat out of the Office of the Ministry of Health. It involves a number of persons on that committee, which includes University of the West Indies, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and as I outlined, the chairman and a few others outside of Jamaica. So it'll be virtual meetings, and I'm hoping in a year we'll have a gathering, a one-day gathering in Jamaica, bring stakeholders in, discuss the findings, and hopefully integrate into policy over time. The future of healthcare, Mr. Speaker, is with AI tech, and this government will get it done, which is why we must stay the course. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years as Health Minister under this Andrew Holness-led administration, I'm proud of the team that has led this country through a series of crises while still building out our health infrastructure like no other administration before. Reviewing and reforming for better policies while preparing for the future challenges of healthcare. Just think of it. We managed the tail end of the Zika virus, then CHIKV, 1 year of a dengue outbreak, then the dreaded COVID-19 pandemic, and the collapse of the long-neglected Cornwall Regional Hospital. And we are living to tell the tale. In all of this, we have remained steadfast, not panicking or surrendering by demonstrating strong and decisive leadership. While confronting these challenges, Mr. Speaker, we have embarked on the largest infrastructure upgrade of hospitals and health centers, and policies have clearly outlined the way forward for primary health care reform and secondary health care reform, adding more services than any other time, more doctors and more nurses. We have started to digitize our health system, a first in the Caribbean region for better patient care and management. We have fixed more health centers than any time before. We have promoted wellness as a lifestyle concept that encourages rest, relaxation, humor, and happiness. In all this, we have eased the burden of thousands and thousands of Jamaicans. This government has approached the health portfolio with a team in a way that's constructive and productive. Over the last year, Mr. Speaker, 4,274 Jamaicans benefited from Second Chance Smiles. 119,000 Jamaicans received prosthetic limbs for New Limb, New Life. 756,000 received free or subsidized drugs from the National Health Fund. 289,000 got free screening tests on the Know Your Numbers. 1.9 million went to health centers and got served. 1.15 to hospitals, and 63,000 from life-saving surgeries. And we will continue to build out over the next term to bring some 450 more beds, 27 new operating theaters, more diagnostic equipment through leasing programs, more drugs from the NHF, more opportunities for training and development and benefits to the health team. I agree in conclusion, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, that we're not perfect, and there's always going to be a margin of error. It's a work in progress. We are not where we want to be, but we are making good progress, and Jamaicans are better and benefiting more today from public health services than any time before, and certainly up in 2015. So much done, so much more to do. Let's stay the course. We must stay the course. God bless Jamaica, land we love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from North Central, St. Catherine.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure this House has been treated to a tour de force by the Minister of Health and Wellness. And I think that we have really seen an excellent presentation that this Honorable House can have on record. Mr. Speaker, I now invite you to ask the member from St. Catherine North Central to make her presentation.
Member from North Central, St. Catherine.
Mr. Speaker, I again rise to make my 18th contribution to this annual sectoral debate. Mindful of the fact that this sectoral debate is the last in the life of this Parliament, which expires in mid-September. Rather soon, we will be called upon to give an account for our stewardship in our respective roles since the September 2020 general elections. Before getting there, though, Mr. Speaker, reflecting on the uniquely difficult year I've had with the loss of my darling daughter, Sydney, and my campaign manager of 17 years, Comrade Ricardo Taz James, within very close succession, I must start with a simple and sincere expression of gratitude to God Almighty, without whose blessings I would not be able to stand here today. I want to also acknowledge the presence of my other daughter in the gallery. It's a very special day for her. For one, it's her birthday. And secondly, despite her own pain during the last year, she has just completed her studies at the Norman Manley Law School. My darling, I dedicate this presentation to you personally, and especially through you to the generation you represent, and symbolically to those Jamaicans who are like you, on the cusp of the next chapter of their journey. Madam Speaker, I also express my sincere gratitude to my constituents who have sent me here for 4 consecutive terms and who have held my hands with love and prayer over the last year as we navigated through some difficult times. To my husband, your love is my mainstay, and your confidence in me, my fuel. To family and friends, to the 4 councillors who I proudly have in North Central St. Catherine, after February 26, we are 4 out of 4, and I am proud of you.
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
This one instead. I want to thank those members, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on that side of the House, who have been good friends and very supportive as well. I appreciate.
You're not all that bad.
To the staff of the Parliament, my friends and my family, and finally, to my 13 colleagues on this side who have performed outstandingly, proving that we are little in number, but talawa in impact. We on this side of the House, stand united around the leadership, Mr. Speaker, of our party president and next Prime Minister, leader of the opposition, Mark Jefferson Golding, as we prepare to take the reins of government after the next general election. Madam Speaker, let me briefly outline to this Parliament and the wider Jamaica where we are today and the context in which my presentation is entitled. Championing change toward a new era for local governance and participatory democracy. Over the last 10 years, an overwhelming majority of Jamaicans have virtually given up hope of experiencing the prosperity which this government promised in 2016.
That's true. That's true.
The Economic Growth Council has long abandoned its slogan of 5 and 4 as the economy staggers on between marginal or lethargic growth with periods of contraction at the macro level and a severe contraction in the spending power at the personal and household level where it matters most. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, the much touted increase in employment has been in the main limited to low-tech, low benefits, low-wage jobs. This is confirmed by the 2018 report of the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, Stating, which states that the largest increase in the employed workforce between 2017 and 2018 occurred in the elementary occupations, which, by the way, include car washing and street vending. In the meantime, Jamaica has become a major exporter of university graduates and key professionals, such as teachers and nurses, who seek employment and professional actualization abroad. Then, in addition to the unemployed, defined as those seeking work, there are some 300,000 Jamaicans between the ages of 15 and 34 who are neither working nor seeking work. These are described as unattached, and the majority have attended high school for 4 years or more without certification of a single subject. Many will confirm to you in conversation that the rampant underemployment among those who have work acts as a social disincentive for them to seek work. Many truthfully speak of close friends and relatives who are employed and getting salaries which barely cover their expenses to transport and lunch to get to work. In other words, working to afford work rather than working to finance their social mobility or personal and family development. It is hardly surprising that this group is a breeding ground for crime and antisocial behavior. The adage applies, the devil find work for idle hands. Madam Speaker, it is a vicious and swift cycle, which for many is like trapped in a vortex of a cyclone, wanting to get out, wanting to get away, but trapped in its torrents. Then made victims a second time to how formal institutions see them and treat them. A social dilemma that deepens the very situation which trapped them in the first place. It is against this background that the Leader of Opposition, in his contribution to the national budget debate, has announced that the priority of his administration when he becomes Prime Minister will be the implementation of a development agenda that produces sustainable and equitable growth while transforming and modernizing the production of goods and services. It is also against this background, and as I thank him for the confidence invested in me to lead this portfolio, that along with my task force, when we have reimagined the portfolio of local government and the inclusion and emphasis on participatory democracy. For emphasis, I must also add that a full year has passed since the holding of the local government elections. Since then, based on currents across the political landscape, we have also benefited from observing public reaction to the slew of issues within the local government sphere. Accordingly, I would like to congratulate the work of Mayor Swaby in the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. In his work, and as we continue, we have been able to further synthesize the key pillars upon which the architecture of the new era of local government and participatory democracy will be built. Mr. Speaker, my presentation will therefore outline the significant contribution that this ministry will make to the major planks of the development agenda outlined by the leader of the opposition and the spokesman on finance in their presentation to the national debate. Under new PMP administration, the Ministry of Local Government will undertake an island-wide program of rehabilitation and maintenance of predominantly rural physical infrastructure, which includes 13,811 kilometers of parochial roads, 964 minor water supply, and some 357.25 kilometers of drains and gullies. Mr. Speaker, it has repeatedly been demonstrated that the present technology of road construction needs to be changed. The rehabilitation of road using marl and asphalt is not providing value for money for us. The roads we did with stone base over the years worked well for our climate and our geography. It is a madman who continues to do things the same way and expect a different result. To this end, we are already advanced in our planning to utilize materials that resist pressure and the nature of our climate and geography in the rehabilitation of our parochial road network. We will implement a parochial road routine maintenance program that will see drains and side channels being cleaned, holes being patched, sidewalks being constructed, and verges maintained on a schedule. A program that is sustainable and given proper oversight. Yes. Regular maintenance will assist significantly in reducing costs, improve efficiency, and ensure optimal performance. Mr. Speaker, similarly, we will design an appropriate bushing schedule. Yes. Bushing cannot continue to be a once per year exercise. God, the days of bolo walk over and done. True. It must be replaced by a sustainable maintenance program. Yes. Regular debushing creates sustainable employment, preservation of road services, and enhances safety and security in our communities. Yes. This includes the proper maintenance of our cemeteries and our parks. It is this improved rural physical infrastructure that farmers depend on to transport inputs to their farms and their produce to markets. The improved road network will also provide easier access for the transportation of tourists to accommodations and attractions in rural Jamaica. Another priority of the municipal administrations will be the physical transformation of 95 markets and abattoirs island-wide to provide improved facilities for both vendors and patrons. A survey done in 2015 showed over 3,000 rentals of shared accommodation island-wide by visitors. Interviews with visitors showed they had non-negotiables like Wi-Fi and indoor toilet, but some specifically requested outdoor gardening. All wanted to learn how to cook the Jamaican way. Yeah. This is a feature of community tourism. Community tourism is clearly a potential growth sector. We can capitalize on those opportunities if rural communities through the municipal corporations are able to provide better infrastructure. Tourism growth needs economic justice, as there is a disconnect between rising tourism figures and stagnant local economic outcomes. Yes, tourism figures and statistics suggest rising growth, but the benefits accruing to the local economy within resorts and neighboring communities are declining. Yeah. While we celebrate record arrivals and foreign direct investment, the truth is the local economy isn't reflecting those same gains. True. We are still stuck at 40 cents on the dollar, and our share of the tourism dollar remains insultingly low. Too many Jamaican-owned businesses are being edged out pushed to the margins while foreign conglomerates dominate every link in the value chain, from transportation to tours, from craft sales to catering, from on-site services to entertainment. We see the hotels expand, but the trickle-down contracts don't come for Jamaicans. No. We see the cruise ship arrivals, but not in the community spend. Tourism in its current form is becoming exclusively an extraction model, one that sells Jamaica but sidelines Jamaicans. We need a new model. We need a new model that puts ownership, opportunity, and real wealth creation in the hands of our people. Until the Jamaican who braids hair, sells crafts, drives, cooks, and designs clothes, and who knows every corner of Negril or Montego Bay can say they've moved forward too, then the sector is in decline and success anemic. Yeah. Madam Speaker, we must address the urban decay and neglect in our resort towns. Look at our tourist towns, Montego Bay, Ocho Rios, Negril. They are the face of our tourism product, yet the reality is far different from the aerial videos and photographs that appear in travel magazines and featured advertisement used in the market destinations. They are breaking down before our very eyes, Minister. Sidewalks are crumbling. Traffic is chaotic. Water is unreliable. And the people living in these towns are not living better lives. These are not resort towns. They are neglected towns. The Tourism Enhancement Fund was meant to fix this, to reinvest in these spaces, but instead we get signage while basic infrastructure rots. Our people clean the rooms, serve the drinks, entertain the guests, but they return home to disorder, to broken roads, to no running water. That is not tourism development. It is tourism dysfunction. We must turn tourist towns into opportunity towns. Yes. Towns. Towns where Jamaicans live well, not just where tourists stay well behind walls and across from manicured turfs. Mr. Speaker, there is a vital need for greater advocacy for Jamaican-owned business in tourism. Today, Juta, JCal, and maxi taxi drivers are under siege. They have been crying out not for favors, but for fairness, as they're being squeezed out of the very industry they helped to create. Services like transportation, landscaping, entertainment, water sports, even staff canteens and tour desks are being swallowed by foreign entities. This cannot continue. If we are serious about building a resilient economy, we must secure Jamaican hands in Jamaican industries. Let the tourism dollar circulate, not vanish. Inclusion cannot be cosmetic. It must be economic.
So true.
Tourism is integrated in the challenges caused by unplanned urbanization, which the Ministry of Local Government will address in its support of the developmental agenda. Up until independence in 1962, over 60% of Jamaicans lived in rural communities. Over 60% were now living, by 2000, over 60% were living in urban communities. The collapse of domestic agriculture led to the rural-urban migration as the labor force previously absorbed in agriculture migrated to the capital cities and urban centers for commerce and tourism. Here they hustled to make a living and over time created substantial zones of urban blight and informal squatter settlements in which they congregated without housing and sanitation. a situation that was exacerbated by spates of political instability and violence, especially circa the late 1970s and 1980s. Then came your dismemberment of the entire local government system in the 1980s. You removed the local governments and the local capacity for providing critical services to the mushrooming urban centers. This has continued to be chaos, the chaos we now observe in the urban growth centers island-wide. The Ministry of Local Government will be actively collaborating with the Ministry of National Security to review and enforce municipal laws to restore order and public safety. At another level, the ministry will also be working closely with the Urban Development Commission and our international partners to ensure that urban development is planned and results in decisions taken to meet international standards. Mr. Speaker, the decision to grant parish status to Portmore has been the subject of national discussion. Let me remind the government that parish-based governance is a relic of the past. Parishes were created in the first half of the 17th century as a convenient geographical framework for grouping sugar estates as political constituencies to elect the owners of these estates to the Assembly. By 1786, the number of estates had increased from 57 to 1,161, and the numbers of parishes from 7 to 22. With the abolition of slavery and the requirement, though meager, to compensate former slaves for their labor, the sugar industry suffered its own first collapse. The consequent decline in the number of sugar estates resulted in a contraction of the number of parishes, which over time settled at the current 14. After the establishment of 14 parishes came, the decision to merge Kingston and St. Andrew for administrative purposes, further proof of the outdated parish-based governance model. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we on this side have always understood the unique nature of Portmore. Portmore has the same population as Barbados, and with one of the highest levels of tertiary enrollment in the island. It could well be developed as a major center of technology and the region's first smart city. To this end, Portmore would be better served, and Jamaica's development agenda enhanced if we were to build on the unique nature of Portmore, especially as it relates to the style of participatory democracy that yielded the Charter of Portmore and the achievement of the first directly elected mayor in the English-speaking Caribbean. An achievement nearing quarter century of trials and proven successes in meetings and surpassing challenges. As the country's main urbanized space, Portmore represents best practice example of homegrown governance solutions that should be replicated, not relegated. Similarly, another set of governance ideals which came out of the broad-based local consultation include the community and parish development models. While the implementation of these elements of local governance was less than hoped for, we now have an opportunity to review these structures, retain the best elements, and supplement them with modern approaches that have emerged across the world to deal with complex emerging challenges such as climate change, response, mitigation, and adaptation. Participatory democracy must become the basic cornerstone of the modern Jamaican society, a key component in the very design of the Jamaican Republic we will finally one day achieve. It must be seen as a tool to give enhanced powers and responsibilities to citizens, empowering them to not only join, but to lead the conversations at every level of national life and governance, to move us beyond the election day access point for citizen participation and cure the malady of ever-shrinking numbers with respect to voter turnout. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is time for us to accept that voter apathy is a symptom of citizen exclusion, and the only way to recover the participation of a wider cross-section of our citizens in national life. Through participatory democracy, we will leverage the innate and collective intellect of the Jamaican people, their natural patriotism and industriousness, our ability to be solutions-oriented, as depicted famously by Louise Bennett's "Turn your hand, make fashion" mantra. The hallmark of the next PNP administration will be deepening our democracy as we tear down the barriers to access and inclusion and expand access to services and participation, making this country truly a place of choice for our citizens to live, study, work, earn well, raise families, and achieve greatness and success. Part of realizing this vision will be the repurposing of the community development committees, the parish development committees, and the DAs, district associations. The intention, Mr. Speaker, is that strategic piece of legislation, which was laid here in 2016, will give to the CDCs and PDCs a widening scope of citizen participation at the very local level. The Social Development Commission would be the registrar of community-based organizations and would confirm legal status to these groups as stakeholders and partners in governance. The next PNP-led administration commits to reviewing all related legislation that impinges on the ability of the SDC to carry out its mandate as an increasingly modern society. That's the one. Look for the one that says waste management. Just look at about 24, 25. Remote drive. That's it. Solid waste. Look on the back side. $25. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Speaker. Sufficient. 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this Honourable House understands the principles on which I am guided in terms of these things. And equity, yes. And so I wouldn't give more than we have spoken of. I allow you to finish at a point in time, but you get what is the statutory requirement, which is, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended by 10 minutes to allow her to complete her presentation. Yes.
The request is on the floor that the Speaker's presentation time be extended by 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? I have it.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I appreciate it. One critical urban service in waste management and collection and disposal requiring urgent attention is the collection, management, and disposal of solid waste. The Ministry of Local Government will be revisiting the delivery of this service with a view to reassigning the National Solid Waste Management Authority to its core function as a regulatory body. Yes. At the same time, the municipal authorities will have the primary responsibility for the collection and disposal of solid waste.
Wow. Transformational.
Despite their best efforts over many years, the municipal corporations have been unable to achieve the necessary standards in collection demanded by the residents across the municipalities. The procurement of a large fleet, over 100 compactors, has made very little difference. And in many cases, citizens are even more disenfranchised. The Ministry of Local Government will be ensuring that we add to the number of trucks, we add a fleet of smaller trucks to access rural communities.
Well said.
As we are dedicated to ensure that we secure measurable improvements in public cleansing, as it affects all communities, all business areas, all institutions, all parishes and classes, PMP or JLP or no P at all. The PMP-led government will designate special collection protocols for schools in partnership with our private sector. Commercial garbage will be a source of real income for the municipalities. Our people will comply if they are able to access reliable, effective service. Cleanliness and proper sanitation are without doubt the most important and fundamental in enjoying life at home and in communities and cities. It's a critical factor in the sustainable improvement of antisocial behavior and ridding communities of crime and blight, as well as the control of pathogens and vectors of disease. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the Social Development Commission, National Solid Waste Management Authority, another key agency in need of urgent retrofitting is the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. Must be returned to its primary source of disaster protection and response management within government. The management component being the premium aspect of its role, which is the very component that has been removed from by the current administration. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, ODPM must be refocused to become a public-facing organization with a central year-round relationship with every municipal corporation and every sector of national life. An effective communication strategy must be designed and implemented around the roles and functions of the ODPM without the political, executive overreach which now impedes the organization's effectiveness. As our society and economy evolves, we have become exposed to various risks and hazards that could spawn disasters outside of the national weather-based hazards. Madam Speaker, one clear example of this frequently affects my own constituency. I'm speaking about the now recurrent pollution episodes that affect the Rear Cobre and lead to fish kill after fish kill and other deleterious impacts within that crucial water body. To this end, Mr. Speaker, I will charge ODPM to review the sources and causes of possible disasters that could impede Jamaica's development and to design preemptive plans and actions to minimize risks and cauterize hazards of whichever source. Madam Speaker, still on this theme of hazard, Mr. Speaker, hazard mitigation and response, I now turn to the fire services. We have had an established fire service in Jamaica for 154 years. Over that time, the risk profile of our country has changed significantly. New climate and weather-related realities, for example, making high wildfires a real risk for Jamaica. Various parts of the islands are differently vulnerable to various risks and hazards based on the population density, infrastructure challenges, water availability, main economic activity, etc. We must therefore aim to improve our ability to prevent and combat the outbreak of fire emergency throughout our communities. Madam Speaker, training is an obvious area for improving our ability to deal with these challenges. Jamaica is still without a training facility for our firefighters. Within the first year of the PNP administration, we will commence the process of identifying suitable space to establish a fire response training academy to provide ongoing training for our firefighters, exposing them to international best practices and the use of modern technology to increase their capacity to aid with search and rescue investigations, emergency services, in addition to firefighting. Training will be modularized and will come on with on-the-job certification, commensurate promotion, and remuneration packages, reflecting the valuable skills that our responders possess and reflecting the value the society places on them as professionals. The hardworking men and women who don the uniform of a firefighter will know they have an advocate within the executive who understands that they are crucial professionals and agents of national development and not forgotten as distant relatives or as they're not being treated. Mr. Speaker, try to see if I can cut some of this. Mr. Speaker, sports as a tool for national and community development. Still on the point of leveraging our nation's most important assets, our people, especially youth, I now turn to attention to sport as a tool of community development. Sport in Jamaica has remained one of the positive highlights for our nation, which one serves as an identification of our people as strong, excellent, reliable, hardworking, and dedicated. With that kind of identity, there's always demand for better performances overall. That said, Madam Speaker, I commend the work of the sport administrators, sport managers, sport support teams, academics, other practitioners, the families and the friends and the fans, and last and by no means least, the athletes from the various sporting disciplines. We are always encouraged when any of our athletes do well on the field of play. And now, as the business of sport evolves, we see the diversity in the boardroom. Mr. Speaker, we have two major important milestones for sport: the Sports Development Foundation, critical institution founded by the PNP's government to finance sport and turn it around. Just over 30 years ago, a group of creative and innovative Jamaicans figured out a way to ensure sports would be financed. A lifeline for so many, had access to better support, under the leadership of Honorable Percival James Patterson. It is important to note the context. You wanted me to say it? I said yes. I have to say it then. And under the leadership, under the leadership of Percival James Patterson. Okay. Though the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act, there was a dedicated source of funding for the sector through the SDF. Subsequently, the Chase Fund was established, also by the PNP administration. Today, no one can argue about the positive impact those agencies have had on national life through the improvement of the administration of sports and the ability to identify, train, and develop and showcase our talented athletes across various sports and disciplines. Jamaica is a sporting destination. They call us the Spring Factory. And it is an understatement. We are the greatest little nation in the world. We believe that, that the great heights we have reached must not become a feature of our history, but a constant of our future. The next PNP-led administration will optimize other areas to secure finance for the continued development of sport in Jamaica, to include physical facilities, training of sporting professionals, development of talent, hosting mega events, and other aspects of the sporting arena. This includes licensing agreements and other modern tools which to date we have not optimized. Our guarantee to the people of Jamaica is that we understand that the achievements of our athletes begin with their God-given talent. However, the retention of quality athletes depend on the facilitating environment we create and sustain as government. To put even more clearly, Mr. Speaker, we heard and understood the ominous message passionately communicated by Asafa Powell and other athletes. We will ensure that the next generation of Powells and ensuing generations to come, athletes will continue to proudly perform in our national colors, and long will our anthem be played from the podiums of stadiums across the globe. We will continue to revise our policy and institutional framework, funding and infrastructure, social and economic impact, our global growth, and issues and challenges. We must reconvene the National Sports Council, which has not met since 2016, a body that offers guidance. Since 2016, the National Sports Council has not had a meeting of the body of sport. We will engage reporting activity federations so they are able to collaborate more national and regional international partners. Our sports sector in Jamaica has morphed into a considerable wealth-creating opportunity for a wider range of occupations in the business on and off the field. Our sporting venues must be repurposed and retrofitted to be a place of enjoyment and comfort for the fans who support their various teams. We will have a more specific plan for sport identity, one which looks at a more sustained economic model, which caters to the growing demand of combined work on and off the field. We will secure additional sources of funding. We will collaborate nationally, regionally, and internationally. Mr. Speaker, the next PNP administration will acknowledge the changes, rethink our approach, and we look forward to excellent performances in the World Athletics Championships later this year, and hope that both our reggae girls and our boys will qualify for their respective World Cup competitions. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, they're playing at 6 this evening and they're going to win. They're going to win.
In concluding,
Madam, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as I said at the start of this presentation, we are again on the eve of national elections. It has been often said that every election places the country at a crossroads. Yes. That is generally true. However, the upcoming general election sees the country at a peculiar point in our country's journey. It was the American poet Robert Frost who says, "Two roads diverge in a yellow wood," and that the traveler, as he surveyed the options, look at the road less traveled. Yes. Jamaica is that traveler. And as he surveys the options, he has some tools in his disposal which no other electorate has had. For one, the last 15 months have provided the opportunity to measure the KSAMC, for example, and compare the achievements there against the failures in the St. Anne municipality. The distinctions are clear, Mr. Speaker. The voters also observed the wanton disregard of the Constitution, evidenced by the several rulings by the court that have made it clear that this administration has a penchant for either abridging or outright ignoring the constitutional rights of the people of our beloved country. We saw this with the ruling against the government in respect to NIDS. We saw it again with the ruling in respect to the states of emergency. We saw it this week with the ruling against the overzealous and arrogant mayor in St. James. Not to mention the adjustment of job requirements so that pre-selected individuals having auditioned in public for jobs can be placed in positions for which they are obviously not qualified. Hence the need for adjusting the job hence the need for adjusting the job requirements. The voters know of whom and about what I speak. I need not delineate with them here. The voters know that each week their dreams are dashed. Basic dreams and big dreams. The dream of affording all the items in the grocery basket. The list is just shattered when they go to the cash register and they can't get. Their purchasing power evaporates week after week. Big dreams, like owning a home, are shattered as the astronomical selling prices quoted in US dollars mock them as they read through magazines, newspapers, and websites. The voter knows it's obvious that time has come for a change. Even as a cabinet minister begs them to stick to the evil or to excuse them for what they have not achieved. I mean, if both statements were to be combined, the message to the voter would simply say, evil though we are, failing as we are, choose we are loaded. That's what the message is saying. If it wasn't so serious, it would be laughable. But Jamaicans will not choose evil. We were never born to choose evil. They will not choose evil. Jamaica will not choose underperformance. We are high achievers. Jamaica will not accept mediocrity. We are big dream people. Jamaicans understand that what is needed now is not more of the same, but rather bold and transformative steps that must be taken to redefine the very fabric of our society. Jamaicans will not choose to continue to watch things deteriorate, miss deadlines, ballooning budgets for hospitals to be reopened. They will not pivot. They will not reach for hope, knowing that the hope can't spark. Jamaicans understand that we must become architects of new destiny, as foreparents had.
Speaker, you must wrap up now.
No, you can't go. No, you can't go.
Jamaicans understand that we must become architects of a new destiny, as our foreparents had done when, without any experience than the connection to their Creator and the love for their children, they knew that the impoverished existence of enslavement was not their destiny. So too, as our ancestors did, we too will break free, break away and flee the channels of this the shackles of this administration. Jamaicans know instinctively when people are trying to sell with us. Jamaicans know instinctively that the road we have been on for the last 9 years has not, is not, and will not take us to where we need to go. Jamaicans will take the road that leads to a new era for local government and participatory democracy. Jamaicans will take the road that brings back dignity in public life, a road that leads them to the center of public policy, a road that brings them to their dream home where their children are protected, that takes their relatives off hospital floors and places them in hospital beds. Jamaicans will take the road on. I offer you the People's National Party's milestone. What are those milestones? Better policies and programs, better centered leadership, schools being built and renovated, better salaries and work conditions, improved standard of living, increased access to water, renewable energy, and affordable society. A society that honors talent and innovation are not sidelined but celebrated. A society that cultivates partnership between government and communities. They will listen, Mr. Speaker, as I close. Speaking, the people know they are to use their heads. And they will use their heads highly, wisely. Speaking of the head, we will all head in the field to make the arguments contend. I am confident that the people of Jamaica will listen to those arguments through the same ears that have heard their long-run cries for hunger when admitted to hospitals. They will listen to the same ears that have heard when the cash register reaches past their budget when half of the groceries not rung up yet. They will listen to the same ears that heard the broken policies of fixed election dates, impeachment legislation, and shouts through microphones for supporters to protest at work and in marketplaces. I am certain that as I pray that God continues to bless us, to bless our people, and to bless the Jamaica land we love, that Jamaicans will listen past the ringing bells and focus instead on what is true, what is right, and what is sure, using their heads. I know that praying God and loving Jamaicans, Jamaicans know that time comes to let go underperformance and empty promises and to take the better road and join us as we rescue Jamaica.
Well done, well done.
Leader of Government Business. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, just a quick reminder to members that hello, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a reminder to members that the House is still in session and that we do understand the energy of the moment. But members, we do have a long agenda ahead of us for the evening, and we have to get through the business of the House. I want to thank the member from St. Catherine North Central for a very spirited presentation. Superlatives are not thrown unnecessarily. But I think a wide-ranging speech that covered even areas of some tentativity, as I heard. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the debate be suspended until Tuesday, June 17, when the Speaker will be the Minister of Tourism and leader of government. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the request is on the floor that this debate be suspended until Tuesday of next week. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg for the recommittal of the item starting with item 3, and to proceed thereafter. In that context, Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask you to invite the Minister of Science, Energy, and Telecommunications and Transport to make a statement at this time.
Before you do, Minister, the request is on the floor for the recommittal of the agenda items 3 through 14 and onward. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. At this time, the Minister of Science and Technology, you have the floor. Pay attention closely to time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address this Honourable House on ongoing matters relating to the transport portfolio of my ministry, given the increasing public interest and speculation that abound. This statement is intended to provide clarity on a game-changing and major developments in the transport sector, the procurement activities being taken, and the direction in which we are heading. It is also important to prevent the spread of misinformation and to reassure that this government is actively working to provide better transport outcomes for the people. There you go. This is the that's the law reform with the Senate. Come here for me. Put in the email address. Mr. Speaker, apologies. I have the copies of the law reform amendment. I've sent it to Member Paulwell, and they will print in short order. Member Paulwell asked if you can share it for me. Thank you so much. Again, Mr. Speaker, this statement is intended to provide clarity, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, I assumed the duties as Transport Minister and assessed the state of transport sector. And what stood out was the misery index, which was extremely high, and the customer satisfaction levels were unacceptable. Long waits, unreliable buses, insufficient transport, and inequity in service plagued the transportation sector, among other issues. Mr. Speaker, I left my office. I went to the transport center in Halfway Tree. I boarded the JUTC bus along with my team from the ministry team and rode the bus several times, using the opportunity to speak to commuters and to hear their needs one by one. I committed to the Jamaican people then that within 6 months, I would show results and bring about real change in the transport sector. Since becoming minister, we have reduced the misery index significantly. Today, I highlight not only how we are fueling a better and more equitable transport sector, but also I will lay the roadmap for the most transformative policy initiative in this sector since independence. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the procurement of 110 school buses for rural school bus service, the implementation of a rural transportation system has been a priority program by this government, and it is aimed at ensuring the provision of a safe, efficient, and affordable mode of transportation for students in rural areas. Mr. Speaker, since the inception of the JUTC in 1998, approximately 27 years ago, the priority of successive governments has been the transportation of urban passengers in the Kingston metropolitan region and sections of St. Catherine. Mr. Speaker, as I have said before, this cannot continue. Under this Andrew Michael Holness-led government, this will not continue. Transportation, and in particular the transportation of students, must be equitable, safe, and affordable. Equal rights and justice have now arrived for rural schools, students, and parents. It is a fact that students living and attending schools within the KMTR that is Kingston and St. Andrews, Spanish Town, Portmore, and recently the extended services of the JUTC to parts of St. Mary, Clarendon, and St. Thomas, all benefits from the services of the JUTC and other sub-franchisees. These fares are heavily subsidized by the public purse. However, students living in or attending schools in rural areas are not equally provided for. Since assuming the responsibility of the transport portfolio in 23, the ministry has been actively engaged in determining a mechanism to bring relief to the cost of commute with specific reference to rural students in the first instance. This intention is to cause a significant reduction in the cost of transportation in rural areas. It is important to note that the ministry had indeed sought the approval of Cabinet for the introduction of a rural school bus system prior. However, the costing supplied was deemed unrealistic and unsustainable, and the submission withdrawn with instructions to the ministry to go back to the drawing board to present a more realistic cost concept to the Cabinet. With work done in furtherance to the Cabinet decision, we demonstrated that the concept as thought out was to pay public passenger vehicle operators to subsidize the system, which would result in economic cost to government within the range of about $8 to $20 billion, $8 to $20 billion annually, which is unsustainable and unaffordable. Hence, the ministry did not return to Cabinet with that outdated proposal. So, in essence, what we wanted to do, Mr. Speaker, was to use existing public passenger operators to get them to invest in more vehicles and basically pay them specifically to take children in rural Jamaica, paying them at the rate of adults. And that is what the different models came to $8 to $20 billion. So that was the first thought, to use the existing public passenger transport operators. Of note, MSET was not minded to interfere or adversely impact the economic well-being of existing public transport operators. Therefore, it would not seek to pursue the option of pursuing new buses, which would which could be viewed as being in direct competition with PPV operators. What currently operates, Mr. Speaker, is a scenario where PPP operators often refuse to transport students who pay half fare so they can maximize on the revenue from the full fare passengers, which is a business decision. Madam Speaker, what obtains now when you go to any transport stop, whether the bus stop, whether the bus park, whether the transport center, in the morning and the evenings, it is one thing that you hear: no schoolers, no schoolers. So they are immediately at a disadvantage in terms of getting back. Something had to be done to fix this. And with the coming of the 110 rural school buses designated for students only come September morning, and I'm talking about this September 20 morning, September 25 morning, the tune is going to change to schoolers only. Schoolers only. That is what the driver of the school bus is going to be telling. And therefore, we will then have a dedicated service for school children, which is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, it is also inequitable, as rural students are estimated to spend 3 to 4 times more than students in Kingston, St. Catherine, and St. Andrew. When we say we are going to bring down the cost of living, we are going to do so in a tangible way. Let me explain further, Mr. Speaker, that currently it costs parents in rural Jamaica anywhere from $150 to $300 per trip in the morning and in the evening. So you're talking about $300 to $600 a day, and it can increase. This bus system is going to have a flat fare of $50. No matter which route you're taking, which parish you're in, each student will pay $50 per trip, meaning 100 Jamaican dollars per day. Now you tell me, Mr. Speaker, if that is not going to help the attendance and everything else, not to mention the trauma that these children have to go through every day to get to school. But let me go further to indicate why it's so important. The data on deaths and injuries among this vulnerable group of children as a result of collisions is stark, with 65 deaths over 3 years, from January 1st, 22 to May 30th, 25. A staggering 498 injuries over the same period. So when I ask for politics to be left out of the discussion, Madam Speaker, it is because it is unacceptable that over a 3-year period, to be averaging 22 deaths and 166 injuries per year of innocent school children that are just trying to get to school in a safe and sound manner. This issue has existed for decades. Nothing has been done about it. So all who talking now that had the opportunity to deal with it before have never done one thing about it. Several people on that side and their parents had the chance to fix it and did nothing. So when this administration has taken on this task to finally do something about the problem in a sustainable manner, forgive me, Mr. Speaker, forgive me, Jamaica, but I don't have the patience to entertain the bad mind from the benches on that side. I have heard the murmuring from the opposition, and they are tired of me calling them bad mind. Well, Minister Vaz is tired of you being bad mind. And I call a spade, and the phrase best suits this unfortunate narrative of members of the opposition benches regarding this initiative. It is downright evil and bad mind. Madam Speaker, after considering the economic burden and the threat to safety of our students, we had to act. It is estimated that parents will save $180,000 Jamaican dollars per child per year. Some of them have 2, 3, 4, and 5 children. Some of them decide which child they're going to choose as the best option, and the other 3 or 4 or 2 have to stay at home because it is just downright unaffordable. So as I said before, it costs them between $1,000 to $2,500 per week, depending on where, per child in savings. That is what they will save per child. And you can imagine when you multiply that. Mr. Speaker, I want to get right down into the details. The provision of the rural school bus system will ensure that adequate number of buses are available to meet the demands of students in the rural areas, and in doing so, enhance the efficiency, reliability, overall user experience of the rural school bus transportation system, and to mitigate the possibility of litigation due to inequity.
Mr. Speaker, the member's time having expired, I'm going to seek your permission to have a suspension of the standing orders in relation to the time allotted for ministers to make statement. Primarily, as I say, because of the significance of this school bus program, that the minister be allowed sufficient time to complete this statement in the best interest of the policy as is recognized for the safety and security of our children in school. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor for the extension of time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You may continue, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and wrap it up as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that there are 508,000 students in the education system overall up to the tertiary level. 79,000 are in private early childhood institutions. 200,000 infant to primary schools, 173,000 at the secondary level, and 55,000 at the tertiary level. Students in 883 of the 1,010 public schools are from rural and underserved urban areas across all parishes. 604 rural schools, 8 special education institutions, and 271 schools in urban underserved areas across all parishes. This represents 87% of enrollment in the public infant to secondary level institutions, which is approximately 326,000. So, Mr. Speaker, we have 850 rural schools, of which the phase 1 of this program is going to serve 258 out of the 850. Mr. Speaker, we're spending $8 billion on school feeding program through the Ministry of Education. That was for lunch. They have now added a breakfast to that for an additional $1 billion. That's $9 billion. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I said, 30% of the school rural population will be served by these first 110 buses. And within 3 years, this policy will continue to roll out year after year to make sure that within 3 years we can get to all 850 schools at a very cost-effective price. The cost with everything for 1 year for these 110 buses is a little under $1.5 billion. Therefore, in 3 years, you're talking about $4.5 billion, which is, in the scheme of things, probably the best value for money that you can get in terms of transporting these children to school. Mr. Speaker, I want to commit today as the Minister of Transport. I cannot speak for what the other side policy is. But this, for me, as minister under this administration, in all my years of public service and being a minister, is the most transformative policy and project to be implemented since independence, and I have no apologies for that. This, Mr. Speaker, once implemented, will be a legacy that will never be forgotten based on the pain and the suffering and the frustration of rural parents and children every day. Mr. Speaker, it's not just about the buses. It's about the technology that is going to drive the buses. Mr. Speaker, I hear them speak about old bus and all kind of bad mind. Let me just indicate that the buses are an average of 10 years old. These buses have been used in 52 states of the United States from 1939. And with all of the technology that has come in, you don't go to the United States and don't see these yellow buses. You've been seeing them on movie from before you could even walk. Yes. They are tried, proven, and tested. Yes. The engines in these buses, Mr. Speaker, the diesel engines, have a lifetime, put it on the screen for me, not me, says on the internet, of between 300 and 500,000 miles before you have to do any work to them. These buses are maintained in the US because they are carrying children. So the Department of Transport has a very strict maintenance policy which we are going to adopt and do the same thing in Jamaica. These buses, at an average of 10 years, are only traveling morning and evening for 7 months out of the year based on holiday season. These buses will travel, use an average of 14 to 15,000 miles a year. So when you take 150,000 miles from 500,000 miles, these buses have between 15 and 20 years left before you have to do one single thing to them. So for all of you who wishing for the bus them to break down, we have maintenance and we have parts. And out of the 110 buses, we're using 100 and we have 10 that we're keeping as backup. So that if and when we have a problem, an accident, or any unfortunate incident, we have a redundancy to put it right in. This policy is a policy that is going to change the life of rural Jamaica. The technology, a driving monitoring system, CCTV, dispatch management, geofencing of routes, speed control, mechanical alerts, maintenance management system, parental control portal, cashless system, tracking, and efficient route planning. That means, Mr. Speaker, when Miss Joy sent out her picnic in Portland to school, him going swipe when him go up on the bus, so she knows him on the bus. And when him come off the bus, him going swipe, and if him don't swipe, it going pick it up anyway, so she will know exactly where her son is, our daughter is. Plus, we will know exactly where the bus is because we have everything included in technology to make sure that we as government are looking over our kids and the parents most importantly. And just like how you top up your cell phone, is the same way we're going to top up for the $50 online or wherever at the payment places. So we are going to make it simple and easy for them. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I am asking you to help me for everybody to come together and pray for the successful rollout of this and cut the bad mind. Mr. Speaker, these buses, let me just talk. These buses will start shipping on the 20th of June. And by the first week of July, they will be here, not only for you to see them like how you see them and you see them on social media, to see and feel and touch. And Jamaica will understand that this commitment is not just a promise. This is a commitment that is going to be fulfilled. On top of which, Mr. Speaker, on Sunday of this week, I'll be going to the wharf to welcome the 63 CNG buses. And 2 weeks later, the 30 coach buses that are coming to enhance the JOTC. In 2 years as minister, we have imported and put on the road 270 new buses at no expense, no loan. And now, for the first time in decades, we have more new buses in the JUTC than we had, than old buses. So we are looking at a transformation, Mr. Speaker. We are going to make the people of this Jamaica.
Hello, your children don't benefit too, you know.
Mr. Speaker, you know the truth of the matter. I can understand some of my colleagues who don't represent rural constituencies. My friend here from Portmore, I can understand because JUTC have a bus system that's expanding routes in Portmore and Spanish Town, so people get into work and children get into school without any problem. Those of us who represent rural Jamaica understand that this is probably the most emotive, the most sensitive matter in rural Jamaica. And I am going to champion it as minister. And we started in Portland with a private initiative. And let me tell you something. Any one of you can go down there any morning, 6 o'clock, to Buff Bay or Port Antonio. And when you see those children line up and go on that bus, and when you hear them speak about the experience that they are having, rather than what they used to go through, anxiety, abuse, mental and physical, the lewd music, this is a first world bus system that we are putting in to protect our children and to give our parents, their parents. So, Mr. Speaker, I have so much more to say right now. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? I will just close by letting you know that JUTC has had a notable drop in diesel deliveries to the Spanish Town depot. As of February 14, 25, compared to previous months, a movement of 222,754 liters. 7 loads have been down to 127,288 liters, 4 loads. We are looking, Mr. Speaker, for the first time of finally dealing with the issue of fuel theft. Not only by prosecutions, but by the efficiency of introducing new technology, which is a CNG. So come September morning, we are going to have 70 CNG buses out of Spanish Town Depot. We have 120 in Portmore. Yes. We're going to go now to Spanish Town Depot. And Spanish Town will be the recipient of 70 buses, which is going to allow us to realign and to add more routes and improve existing routes. Because I am telling you that what has happened in the JUTC over the last 2 years, anybody who says that there's not improvement is not being honest and not being transparent. We are looking, Mr. Speaker, at possible cost reductions of $1.3 billion this year if the trends continue. So we are not only buying new buses, we are dealing with legacy issues that have plagued the JUTC. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying that come when these 110 buses are rolled out, which 60 will be rolled out for September and the rest rolled out between September and January morning. Rural St. Andrew will have 7 buses serving 23 schools. St. Thomas will have 7 buses 10 schools. St. Mary, 7 buses, 11 schools. Portland, 7 buses, 8 schools. St. Anne, 10 buses, 29 schools. 5 and 22 for Trelawney. 8 buses, 17 for St. James. 8 buses, 12 schools for Hanover. Westmoreland, 8 buses, 11 schools. Manchester, 7 buses, 25 schools. 7 buses for 25 schools, St. Elizabeth, and 10 buses for 36 schools, and 9 for Clarendon, serving 32 schools. 258 schools, 100 routes. That is just phase 1. I commit to you in closing that when I am returned and come here after the next event, I am giving a solemn commitment to the people of Jamaica and the rural Jamaica. This government will roll out a fulsome designated school bus service to serve the hundreds of thousands of students attending the 850 schools throughout Jamaica. I can say that and make that commitment. I don't know what the other side, because what I'm hearing from them, they may very well scrap it based on the bad vibes and the bad mind that they have been letting off, all because of political purposes. Mr. Speaker, I stand here proud to be the Minister of Transport under this Andrew Holness-led administration. And I can tell Jamaica and plead with them, don't listen to the promises. Don't listen to the promises in the silly season. Performance over propaganda. Choose Jamaica. God bless you, Jamaica.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going there. You can protect me? Who is that? The man who run from Manchester, go and crying and forget another beating? Mr. Speaker, I have some questions for the Minister. I want to deal with maintenance, and first for the rural bus system. The current JUT system operates on depots. So buses go back to a particular depot, and you have technical staff there to deal with the buses at the depot. We're now moving to a decentralized system where the buses are going to be in different locations. So my first question to the Minister is, how will the maintenance be managed when you will have a bus, a couple of buses in one parish, a couple in another parish? How you plan to manage that? Secondly, no, maybe just go through and then you can do. Secondly, in terms of the security and the parking of the buses, again, we have a system of depots, so the buses, JUTC buses, come back to a location. In this case, you're going to have buses in different parishes and locations. I don't know if you have identified within each parish a specific place that the buses will go into at the end in the evening, and they're going to be secure, and that there will be some oversight and security to ensure that nothing happens to the buses. And coming back to JUTC, in 2016, JUTC had a daily turnout of 450 buses, moved 63 million passengers for the year. The projection based on the budget documents and the public bodies is that JUTC will move 18 million passengers this year. What I want to know, with the additional buses that the Minister speaks of, what will be the daily rollout with these additional buses? Are these net new buses, or are we replacing existing stock that would have outlived its useful life? And what is the projection in terms of annual passenger turnout with the new buses? let me say something. The minister has said a lot, and I will say this. Any attempt to deal with the problem that rural students face is a good thing. Let me say that. Whether we have a different approach, we can debate that. But none of us, and I speak as an urban MP, none of us can debate that we had a problem that needed to be addressed. Right? So let me just say that. Right? Just listen. No, I haven't said anything on the platform. I have not said anything on the platform. I have not said anything. We have raised concerns, and I'm asking some of those questions, and they are legitimate concerns about maintenance, parking of the buses, etc. But none of us can say that any Jamaican could have been happy with the way the system works. So whether we have a different approach to solving the problem, we can debate that, right? So, but as I said, if you can address the concerns I've raised about maintenance, parking, etc., so we know how that will be dealt.
First of all,
turn the mic on.
Let me thank the member for raising these important questions because they were in my presentation, but time did not allow me. Let me also say that I do believe that the member is being very genuine in his comments of support. However, the problem that I have is that sometimes over there they speak from different positions. I can only go by the opposition spokesperson on transportation and his utterances, yes, which clearly are not supportive as it relates to maintenance. So in coming in 23 as Minister of Transport, I realized that there was an issue with maintenance that was being done at JUTC. Therefore, for all of the new purchases of buses, we have a 3-year contract with the manufacturer's representative. So all the buses that have come in under my watch have a 3-year maintenance that is supervised, overseen by JUTC, scoped by JUTC, but effected by the manufacturer's representative, along with parts. This is no different. There will be a maintenance contract, which is a part of the $1.5 billion for regular maintenance, and those maintenance will be done at locations in and around the island by the supplier. So, and that will be to a time and a specification, which was what was happening why the buses have lasted so long and done so well in the United States. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Secondly, the buses will be located in the parishes, and they will be assigned to schools. So in terms of the rollout in the mornings, the buses will be rolling out from a particular school, and they will be housed at a school in the parish, depending on the logistics and the geographic location. So they will not be all in one place. They will be spread about among all of it. All of those schools have security arrangements, and of course we have, through the technology, we are able to monitor the buses, including if there is a significant drop in fuel levels, meaning that if you park the bus with a half tank and anybody interferes with it, it will pick it up and send an alert immediately. So we have electronic security, and of course we're going to use the infrastructure from the schools. Also, the fueling of the buses. So JUTC is responsible for the operations. The Ministry of Education is going to deal with the assignment of the schools and the routes and all of that. So again, in terms of the fuel, we will have arrangements, cards, etc., that will take care of that. So that will be seamless. And we will have mobile teams that will also go out and do service if necessary, if there's a particular situation that arises. So we have that fully covered. You raise something that's very important. While we are buying the buses, the new buses, we have allowed so many of our existing buses that have been in the fleet to pass end of life without doing the necessary rebuilding, refurbishing, etc., which comes out much more economical. So I'd mentioned in Parliament before, and I'll mention again, that we have 30 articulated buses. A contract has been signed to be completely refurbished with a guarantee and a warranty. Now, you imagine 30 of those buses, some of them as old as 2007. The efficiency is not there. So when you say you're rolling out 450 buses, how much actually spend the whole day and survive the day? Because a lot of them come back in. So we are taking two approaches. Fleeting with new buses, and in this scenario, we are doing 24 of the Golden Dragon buses for the hill routes, that's the East Rural, West Rural constituencies, and we are doing 30 articulated. Those 30 articulated, as you know, because you see them every day, they hold 3 times what a regular bus holds. So when you put those into the major townships in Kingston and St. Andrew and Portmore and St. Catherine, and you load, you're cleaning up to get more efficiency, to get people moving on time. So this is a holistic approach, and I stand here saying that I have made sure to, based on my background and experience, to make sure and iron out not only the easy part, which is to get the buses and to get Minister Williams to give me the money for the buses, but to make sure that we run the most efficient service to give the people who have been suffering for years, both in the Kingston metropolitan area, Spanish Town and Portmore, but now to rural Jamaica. So I stand here, as I said before, with all of the box ticked. Thank you, Member.
Mr. Speaker, just 2 questions for the Minister, and that has to do with the plan to establish a compressed natural gas bus refueling facility. Can the Minister just remind us how the current buses are fueled and who provide the CNG, and whether or not this facility that is being established is going to receive natural gas through the arrangement with the NFE, and there's a new company that I gather?
Very good question. Thank you, Member. Now, that is your portfolio, so I could fully understand your interest in that. So, originally, at the Portmore Depot, we entered into an arrangement with New Fortress Energy, who actually built out the plant and did the conversion from LNG to CNG. That was for 150 buses. With these buses coming, we needed a new plant at Spanish Town, because obviously those are the 2 depots that we want to target for the CNG. Because of the transition with New Fortress Energy in relation to their selling of their Jamaican operation, they were not prepared at that point to go into an arrangement to do the same thing that they did with Portmore. So we had to scramble to find somebody who could do it within the time, because these buses are needed for September morning. So we entered into an arrangement with a company, Interenergy, who is already in Jamaica with several renewable operations, and contracted with them to build and supply. The New Fortress Energy contract has 2 more years on it. So they will buy from New Fortress Energy to fuel their plant. Those arrangements are in place. Work has started. They are aware, and I'm hoping, with fingers crossed and prayers, that we can commission that plant in August at latest, which will allow. In the meantime, New Fortress Energy has agreed as a backup to improve their facility to take the additional buses, which is not the ideal situation because of the commute. It makes sense if you will in Portmore to be based in Spanish Town. But if we have to do that to start, we will start because obviously we don't want the buses thing. But yes, there is an arrangement and it's a similar arrangement. They have built it and they will buy and we buy and we pay for it at a set price. And the price that we are paying is the same price that we are paying for the new fortress. There's no increase in the CNG price, which was a tough negotiation. So you can rest assured that come September morning, we will have 2 depots, and depending on what happens in the future, we may have a third at Rockfort. Thank you for the question.
House Leader. Sorry. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Postal Corporation of Jamaica for the financial year 2023-2024. The provisional collection of tax, income tax order 2025 confirmation resolution under the Provisional Collection of Tax Act, the Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations 842A, number 148, dated Wednesday, April 9, 2025, number 137A, and closing. The Provisional Collection of Tax, Income Tax Order 2025 under the Provisional Collection of Tax Act. The Provisional Collection of Tax, General Consumption Tax Order 2025, Confirmation Resolution under the Provisional of Collection Tax Act. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations 957-148, dated Tuesday, May 6, 2025, number 160, and closing. The Provisional Collection of Tax, General Consumption Tax Order 2025, under the Provisional Collection of Tax Act. Government of Jamaica Financial Statements of the Consolidated Fund for the financial year ended March 31, 2025. Minister Papers entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues number 24 to 27 of 2025, dated October 7, October 14, October 22, and October 28, 2024, respectively. Minister Papers number 28 to 31 of 2025, dated November 4, November 11, November 18, and November 25th of 2024, respectively. Minister Paper number 32 and 33 of 2025, dated December 2 and 9 of 2024, respectively. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Dwight Burke, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declaration with the Integrity Commission for the period 2022 and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Van Rick Preddy, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the years 2019, 2020, and 2021, and 2022, along with its indicative ruling. And finally, the Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Donovan Guy, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, along with its indicative ruling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I just wish to bring to the attention of the House Leader these various ministry papers from the Cabinet meetings dating back 8 months, just to say to you that we really ought to be getting earlier reports from the Cabinet. 8 months, I think, is unacceptable.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, Report from committees. Notice of motion given orally. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas by virtue of Section 3.1 of the Provisional Collection of Tax Act, herein referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, provide for the variation, renewal, or imposition of any tax. And whereas the Provisional Collection of Tax, General Consumption Tax, Order 2025 was made by the Minister and published in the Gazette on Tuesday, the 6th day of May 2025. And whereas it is provided by Section 3.4a of the Act that an order made under that section, subject to its confirmation with or without modification by resolution of the House of Representatives within 30 days of publication in the Gazette, shall continue for a period of 6 months, next following publication thereof in the Gazette. And whereas it is provided by Section 4.3a of the Act that an order made under Section 3.1 of the Act shall cease to have effect if it is not confirmed with or without modification by resolution of the House of Representatives within the next 30 days on which the House sits after the date of the publication of the order in the Gazette. And whereas it is desirable that the Provisional Collection of Tax, General Consumption Tax, Order 2025 be confirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honorable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Provisional Collection of Tax, General Consumption Tax, Order 2025 Confirmation Resolution. 2. The Provisional Collection of Tax, General Consumption Tax, Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 10th day of June 2025, is hereby confirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which was given. And Mr. Speaker, I also beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas by virtue of Section 3.1 of the Provisional Collection of Tax Act, herein referred to as the Act, the Minister may make an order providing for the variation of any tax for the time being in force, or B, for the renewal for a further period of any tax in force during the previous financial year, or which was imposed for any limited period, or for the imposition of any tax. And notwithstanding anything to the contrary, the provisions of such an order shall, for the period limited by the section and subject to the provisions of the Act, have effect as if contained in an Act of Parliament. And whereas the Provisional Collection of Tax, Income Tax Order 2025 was made by the Minister and published in the Gazette on the 9th day of April 2025. And whereas it is provided by Section 3.3 of the Act that an order made under that section shall, subject to its confirmation with or without modification by resolution of the House of Representatives within the next 30 days on which the House sits after the date of publication of the order in the Gazette, continue for a period of 6 months next following publication thereof in the Gazette. And whereas subsection 4A of Section 3 of the Act provides that every order made under subsection 1 of that section shall cease to have effect if it is not confirmed with or without modification by resolution of the House of Representatives within the next 30 days on which the House sits after the date of publication of the order in the Gazette. And whereas it is desirable that the provisional collection of income tax order 2025 be confirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honorable House of Representatives as follows. This resolution may be cited as the provisional collection of income tax order 2025 confirmation resolution. The provisional collection of income tax order 2025, herein referred to as the principal order, which was laid on the table of the House on the 10th day of June 2025, is hereby confirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which was given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Predeal Larceny Prevention Amendment Act 2025.
Questions and answers to questions. Motion that be made at the commencement.
Mr. Speaker, I said to you privately, and I have to express my disappointment. I tabled questions. I followed the procedure by sending them to the Speaker, copied to the clerk this morning, which is what is required before the sitting. I understand the substantive Speaker is unavailable, not in the House, but I don't believe I should be penalized because the substantive Speaker isn't here if I followed the process. And the questions were submitted from very early this morning, and I am told that they can't be tabled because you haven't had an opportunity to review them. But, you know, the processes have to work whether the individual is here or not. And I'm just saying on the record that, you know, we have to be more efficient in ensuring that as a member I'm not disadvantaged by not having my questions tabled simply because the substantive Speaker is not in the House.
Mr. Speaker, I do understand the comment made by the member in relation to enabling the question to be tabled, but I think that the member does also appreciate that whoever is presiding at the point in time needs to become more fair with the question and be satisfied that it doesn't in any way contravenes the standing orders of the Honourable House. And so in that context, I would ask that the member takes note and appreciate that it is not an intention to deny him the opportunity to ask questions, because he can, in fact, make that known and will be tabled and allowed for question and answer period next week, when he can then put forward the questions in his name. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motion relating to the sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker. What?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take a first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Predeal Larceny Prevention Amendment Act 2025.
Members, the question is that the standing order be suspended to allow the minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, you may.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled...
Sorry, Minister. The reading.
The Law Reform Amendment of Penalties Act 2025 read a first time. My apologies. No.
Hold, Minister, hold.
The Preparedness Larceny Prevention Amendment Act 2025 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Preparedness Larceny Prevention Amendment Act 2025 be read a second time.
The notice. Minister, you want to look at your prompt, you should have read, I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier. Mr. Speaker, I also now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the second motion, or the two motions, notice of which I gave earlier. Sorry. Yeah, both.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which she gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? Motion carries.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved. Both motions, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Mr. Speaker, just before the approval is taken, I just would like to ask the Minister in relation to the matter dealing with electricity. In the regulations, it has been noted that in relation to postpaid residential customers, there'll be a 7% tax as well as a 3% subsidy, a rebate of 7% and a 3% subsidy. Could the Minister state what is the time frame for the application of both this subsidy and rebate, and to also confirm that in relation to the 7%, it is applicable to prepaid customers?
Member, if you will recall, during my budget presentation, I indicated that the measure would begin on the first day of May. So it's at the June, when you get your May bill in June, that's when you would see the impact of that measure of the 7% and the additional subsidy of the 3%. There is no expiration date. There's no expiration date. And what was your other question? The prepaid, okay. Prior to the announcement, prior to the announcement of these measures, there were persons with prepaid. It was an experiment, if you will. It was a, what do you call it? It was in force to allow the JPS to see how it would work. Now that we have restructured taxes on electricity, all those persons are brought into the same regime as others.
The question is that the motions, both motions, notices of which the minister gave earlier, be now approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I present to this Honourable House today the bill cited as a Law Reform Amendment of Penalties, Bill 2025. The bill is proposed to achieve the intent of the Ministry Paper number 57 of 2018 in connection with the review of penalties in legislation in Jamaica. Specifically, the bill proposes to revise penalties and monetary obligations where appropriate in various legislation covering subject matters for science, energy, and telecommunications, and where not already provided for. The bill proposes to provide a mechanism for the amendment of monetary penalties by ministerial order under the following acts: Emergency Lighting Control Act 1939, National Commission on Science and Technology Act 2007, Petroleum Oil, Fuel and Landing and Storage Act 1985, Petroleum Control Act 1980, Radio and Telegram Control 1972, Scientific Research Council Act 1960, Telecommunication Act 2000. Mr. Speaker, I'll now highlight key elements of the bill, however, considering the urgency of specific matters, most notably the increase in penalties for those found guilty in interfering with telecommunications infrastructure. I'll address these amendments under the Telecommunications Act first, and then move to the other legislation. Section 1, short title, the Act may be cited as the Law Reform Amendment Penalties Act. Section 2, Amendment of Act Schedule. Section 2 provides a description of the arrangement of columns in a schedule in the bill. The schedule details the various legislation being amended, the relevant sections and corresponding provisions. Under the Telecommunications Act, Section 7(5) of the Act assigns a penalty for the unauthorized disclosure where a person who by reason of a capacity or office has by any means access to confidential information and communicates such as confidential information in circumstances which do not fall under subsection 3. That is, for example, where the licenses give written consent for disclosure or where disclosure is made in support of a regulatory or other function under the Act. The existing penalties are amended to increase the penalty from a fine not exceeding $500,000 or a term not exceeding 3 years to a fine not exceeding $5 million or to a term not exceeding 5 years. You don't need? No need? Section 9(7) of the Act, which assigns a penalty where a person engages in certain named activities without the requisite license to carry out these activities, pursuant to subsections 1 and 2, is amended by increasing the maximum fine and term of imprisonment. The Act currently provides that where a person contravenes subsection 1 or 2, that person should be guilty of an offense and liable on summary conviction before a resident magistrate court to a fine not exceeding $3 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 4 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. Under the bill, the following changes occur. Where a person contravenes subsection 1 or 2, that person commits an offense and is now liable on summary conviction before a parish court to a fine not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. On conviction before a circuit court to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. Section 49 of the Act, which assigns a penalty where a service provider knowingly permits its services to facilities to be used improperly, is amended to increase the fine and term of imprisonment. The Act currently provides that any person in breach shall be guilty of an offense, shall be liable on summary conviction in a resident magistrate court to a fine not exceeding $500,000. Under the bill, the following changes occur. Where a service provider knowingly permits the improper use of its service or facilities, that service provider commits an offense and is now liable on summary conviction before a parish court to a fine not exceeding $4 million or a term of imprisonment exceeding 4 years in the first instance, and $5 million or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years in the case of any subsequent offense. On conviction before a circuit court, to a fine or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 10 years in the case of a first offender and 15 years in the case of any subsequent offense. Section 63 empowers the Office of the Utilities Regulation to issue cease and desist orders where, for example, a person provides false or misleading information to the OUR or operates an unlicensed facility to provide specified services to the public without a license. As specified in subsection 2, specifically, section 63(5)(a) assigns a penalty where a person commits an offense under the subsection 1 or 2 of the Act. The Act currently provides that such person shall be liable in a resident magistrate court to a fine not exceeding $2 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years. Under this bill, the provision is updated to provide that such persons shall be liable before a parish court to a fine not exceeding $5 million or to a term not exceeding 5 years. And on conviction in a circuit court, the bill increases the term of imprisonment from 5 years to a maximum of 15 years. Currently, section 63(a)(7) provides that an offense under the subsection 1 warrants on summary conviction before a resident magistrate court a fine not exceeding $3 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year, or both such fine and imprisonment. These offenses, like those under section 63(1) of the Act, include providing false or misleading information to the regulator. In this instance, the Spectrum Management Authority engaging in the use of a spectrum without a license and willfully using apparatus to cause harmful interference. Under the bill, section 63(a)(7) of the Act is amended to provide that a person who commits an offense under subsection 1 shall be liable on summary conviction before the parish court to a fine not exceeding $5 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. On conviction before a circuit court to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. Section 66(1)(a) of the Act, which outlines the powers of the court where an application under section 65(1) is made by either the OUR or the Spectrum Management Authority in respect of a licensee who has, among other things, contravened in a provision in the Act or its regulations, is amended to order an offender to pay pecuniary penalty to the Crown not exceeding $200 million. Section 69(3) of the Act addresses penalties for offenses regarding meddling, trespass, and interference with telecommunication facilities, and under the Act, facilities include wires, lines, poles, sites, towers, satellite, earth stations, submarine cables, etc. The Act currently provides that the maximum fine is $500,000 and the maximum term is 3 years. Under this bill, the section is deleted and amended to provide that a person who commits an offense under this section shall be liable on summary conviction before a parish court to a fine not exceeding $3 million or to imprisonment of a term not exceeding 3 years. A fine not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years in the case of a subsequent offense. On conviction before a circuit court, to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. Section 71(2) of the Act is amended by changing the penalty from in a resident magistrate's court of fines not exceeding $2 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, or both, such fine and imprisonment, to before a parish court of fines not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. Section 72(2) is amended by changing the penalty from in a resident magistrate court of fines not exceeding $3 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, or both such fine and imprisonment, to before a parish court for breach of any such regulation of fines not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to Section 4 of the bill. Section 4, penalty for refusal or failure to comply with mandatory regulations. Section 4 is amended to provide that a person who fails to comply with an express command provided in regulations made under Section 2 commits an offense and shall be liable on summary conviction before a parish court to a fine not exceeding $2 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years. This is an increase of current fine of $200. This penalty now has a stated term of imprisonment of not more than 2 years. Section 6, National Commission on Science and Technology Act, discloses the duty of a person summoned by the National Commission and outlines the penalty for non-compliance. Section 6(2) of the Act, which assigns a penalty where any person who is summoned by the Commission fails to fulfill certain duty, is amended to increase the fine from $75,000 to $500,000. Increase the term of imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months to a term not exceeding 2 years. Section 14 treats with the obligation of secrecy. Under Section 14(3) assigns a penalty where a person having possession or control over any document, information, or records communicates or attempts to communicate such information or anything contained in such documents or records to persons that are not authorized in breach of the obligation of secrecy. By way of an amendment under this bill, the penalty is increased from a fine not exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months to a fine not exceeding $5 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. Section 14(4) of the Act makes it an offense for a person to communicate or attempt to communicate to another person information obtained pursuant to the authority of the Commission, otherwise than for the purpose of the Act in certain circumstances which are listed in the Act. The penalty in Section 14(4) is amended under this bill by increasing the penalty on summary conviction from $1 million to a fine not exceeding $5 million and including a term of imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. A new jurisdiction is created at Section 14(4)(b), permitting matters to be decided in the circuit court. Specifically, the penalty stipulated for a conviction before a circuit court is a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years. In addition, a new section created, Section 17, which empowers the minister, by order subject to affirmative resolution, to amend the monetary penalties specified in the Act. Petroleum Oil Landing Storage Act, Section 6 of the Act outlines provisions stipulating the method of storing petroleum, is amended and updated to create two provisions. Section 6 subsection 1 and subsection 6 subsection 2, by separating the method stipulated for storing petroleum from the penalty to be applied where petroleum is kept in contravention of storing method that is stated in Section 6. In respect of the penalty, Section 6, subsection 2 provides as follows. The occupier of the premises on which the petroleum is kept commits an offense and shall be liable to summary conviction before a parish court to a fine equal to the market value of 1 liter of petroleum stored on the premises in contravention of the section, multiplied by the number of days which the petroleum was so stored, giving rise to the offense. The petroleum shall also be forfeited. Section 7 of the Act outlines the penalty for a scenario where a person deals in or sells petroleum by retail without holding a license in accordance with the Act. Currently, the Act states that the penalty is a maximum of $10,000 for each offense. Under this bill, however, Section 7 is amended by increasing the penalty from a fine not exceeding $10,000 for each offense to a fine not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years on summary conviction before a parish court. In addition, a new section, subsection 2B, is now included, which allows for offense to be tried in the High Court, that is Circuit Court. The penalty there is a conviction, is a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. Section 16 ascribes the penalty for non-payment of fines. Under Section 16, the provision grants the court a discretion in circumstances where a fine imposed under the Act was not paid to impose a term of imprisonment for a maximum of 6 months, with or without hard labor. By update, the penalty is expressed as follows. If an offender fails to pay a fine imposed under this Act, without delay, the court may sentence the offender to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year, where the monetary penalty is $1 million or less, or 5 years, where the monetary penalty exceeds $1 million. The power of making and amending rules and regulations related to landing and storage of petroleum and oil fuel is set out at Section 18. By Section 18.3 of the Act provides a penalty for instances where a rule of regulation made by the minister is breached. The current penalty for a breach stipulates a maximum fine of $10,000 on summary conviction, and in default of payment of the fine, imprisonment with or without hard labor for a maximum period of 3 months. Under the bill, the penalty is amended to provide that a person who contravenes a rule or regulation made under the Act commits an offense and is liable to summary conviction before a parish court to a fine not exceeding $5 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. Section 19, power to make conditions that discrimination shall not be exercised. Section 19.2 provides a penalty where there is a breach of subsection 1, which confers the power on the minister to make regulations that discrimination shall not be exercised by the owner, occupier, or employee of a store for oil fuel. The Act currently states that the maximum fine, $1,000, which is enforced summarily. Under the bill, the fine may not exceed $5 million and is enforced summarily in the parish court. Section 20 contains obligations imposed on a retailer returns and other information to be furnished. Section 22 of the Act assigns a penalty where any person fails to comply with subsection 1, which requires a license, who sells motor spirits by retail or operates a petroleum filling station to make return, keep records, and furnish such information. The Act currently provides that when failing to comply with subsection 1, the licensee on summary conviction shall be liable to a fine not exceeding $10,000. The bill now provides that Section 22 be amended by stating that the licensee commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction before a parish court to a fine not exceeding $5 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or B, on conviction before a circuit court to a fine and imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. The Act is further amended by the insertion of Section 21, which provides that the minister may, by order subject to affirmative resolution, amend the monetary penalties specified in the Act. The Petroleum Quality Control Act, Section 3.6 of the Act, provides a penalty where a report is not made to the nearest police station or an inspector by a licensee or their employee in instances where there is knowledge or reason to suspect that contaminated petroleum is in their possession, control, or on their premises, under Section 3.6, as currently is, shall be deleted and now stated that any person who fails to perform a duty imposed on that person by virtue of subsection 4 and 5 commits an offense and liable on summary conviction before a parish court to a fine not exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, or both such fine and imprisonment. Section 4 of the Act provides restrictions on the retailing and transportation of petroleum. Under the bill, provision is made for a separate penalty for the contravention of subsection 1 and 2, and a penalty for the contravention of subsection 3, 4, and 4A. The current subsection 5 is to be amended to provide that the person who contravenes subsection 1 or 2 commits an offense and is liable, A, on the conviction before a circuit court, to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment, or B, on summary conviction before a parish court, to a fine not exceeding $5 million, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or to both such as fine as imprisonment. Section 4 is further amended by the insertion of subsection 5A after subsection 5, which provides that a person who contravenes subsection 3, 4, or 4A commits an offense and is liable, A, on summary conviction before a parish court to a fine exceeding $5 million, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment, or B, on conviction before a circuit court to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. Section 14.1 of the Act assigns a penalty for knowingly selling or offering contaminated petroleum for sale. Subsection 1A is amended by changing the maximum term of imprisonment from 5 years to 15 years, and subsection is amended by deleting the words of that provision and providing that on conviction before a parish court, there is a fine not exceeding the market value of the uncontaminated petroleum at the time of sale, or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5, or both such fine and imprisonment. Section 14.2 of the Act assigns a penalty where a person knowingly delivers contaminated fuel to a licensed retailer or to any other person for distribution. Subsection 2A is amended by changing the maximum term of imprisonment from 5 years to 15 years, and subsection 2B is amended by deleting the words of that provision and providing that on conviction before a parish court, there is a fine not exceeding the market value of the petroleum at the time of delivery, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. Section 14 is further amended by inserting subsection 2A after subsection 2 to provide that where a person is convicted of an offense under the subsection 1 or 2, the court may make an order for payment or of restitution to any person who the court is satisfied has suffered loss as a consequence of the commission of the offense. Section 15.1, which assigns a penalty where a licensed retailer, licensed haulage contractor, or a person registered as a driver under the Act has any contaminated petroleum in his possession, is amended under the bill, changing the fine on summary conviction from $1 million to a fine not exceeding 1/10 of the market value of the contaminated petroleum at the date the contaminated petroleum was found in possession of the person, and increasing the term of imprisonment from 2 years to a term of not exceeding 5 years. There is also now a provision under Section 15.1 for a penalty on conviction before the circuit court to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. Section 20 of the Act, which provides a penalty where any person assaults or obstructs an inspector, analyst, or any other officer in the course of their duties, or contravenes Section 17.4 of the Act of any regulations made under the Act, is amended under the bill by increasing the fine on summary conviction from $200,000 to a fine not exceeding $5 million, increasing the term of imprisonment for 6 months to a term not exceeding 5 years. The Act is further amended by the insertion of Section 21, which provides that the Minister may, by order subject to affirmative resolution, amend the monetary penalties specified in the Act. The Radio and Telegraph Act, Control Act, Section 7 states the penalty where a person establishes, maintains, or uses any radio station or apparatus in contravention of Section 5 or 6 of the Act. The section is amended under the bill, increasing the fine on summary conviction from a fine not exceeding $1,000 to a fine not exceeding $5 million, increasing the term of imprisonment from a term of imprisonment not exceeding 12 months to a term not exceeding 5 years. Section 9, which states the penalty where a person who by way of trade, business, hire, sales, exchanges, or deals in any radio station or apparatus without a valid license issued for those purposes under the Act is amended under the bill, increasing the fine on summary conviction from a fine not exceeding $1,000 to a fine not exceeding $1 million, increasing the term of imprisonment from a term not exceeding 6 months to a term not exceeding 12 months. Section 10(2), which states that the penalty where any person fails to notify the person authorized by the Minister of a transaction in accordance with subsection 1 is amended under the bill by increasing the fine on summary conviction from a fine not exceeding $1,000 to a fine not exceeding $1 million, increasing the term of imprisonment from one not exceeding 3 months to a term not exceeding 12 months. Section 11(4) of the Act, which states the penalty for any person who obstructs, hinders, or prevents an inspector from entering any premises, vehicle, vessel, or aircraft pursuant to Section 2, is amended under the bill, increasing the fine on conviction before a parish court from a fine not exceeding $1,000 to a fine not exceeding $3 million. And B, increasing the terms of imprisonment from a term not exceeding 12 months to a term not exceeding 3 years. Section 12(3) of the Act, which states the penalty where any person obstructs, hinders, or prevents any inspector authorized pursuant to subsection 1 from entering any premises, vehicle, vessel, or aircraft specified in a warrant is amended under the bill, increasing the fine on conviction before a parish court from a fine not exceeding $1,000 to a fine not exceeding $3 million. And B, increasing the term of imprisonment from a term not exceeding 12 months to a term not exceeding 3 years. Coming down to the end, under the bill, Section 13, the Act is deleted entirely and replaced. Section 13(1) prohibits a person from sending or attempting to send any message by means of a radio, which that person knows is false or misleading, is likely to prejudice the efficiency of any safety services, is likely to endanger the safety of any person, vessel, aircraft, or vehicle. Falsely suggests that a vessel or aircraft is in distress or in need of assistance. Falsely suggests that the vessel or aircraft is not in distress or in need of assistance. Under Section 2, Subsection 2, where Subsection 1 is contravened, on summary conviction, the penalty is a fine not exceeding $3 million or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years. Subsection 3 restricts the use of any radio station or apparatus with the intention of obtaining information about the content, sender, or addresses of any messages, and restricts the disclosure of any information except by the authority of the minister or within the course of duty as a servant of government. Under subsection 4, where subsection 3 is contravened on summary conviction before the parish court, the penalty is a fine not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. Section 14 of the Act, which states the penalty where a person uses any apparatus for the purpose of causing harmful interference to any radio service, is amended under the bill, increasing the fine on summary conviction from a fine not exceeding $1,000 to a fine not exceeding $5 million. Increasing the term of imprisonment from a term not exceeding 6 months to a term not exceeding 5 years. Subsection 14(b) is now included, which provides for a penalty on conviction before a circuit court to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. The Act is further amended by the insertion of Section 18 after Section 17, which provides that the minister may, by order, subject to affirmative resolution, amend the monetary penalties specified in the Act. Lastly, Scientific Research Council Act. The Act is amended by inserting 14A, which provides that the minister may, by order, subject to affirmative resolution, amend the monetary penalties specified in the Act. Section 18 of the Act, which deals with the offenses, is amended by increasing the penalty from a fine not exceeding $600 or to imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 2 years, or to both fine and imprisonment, to a fine not exceeding $5 million, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. So, Mr. Speaker, as Jamaica seeks to make progressive steps toward the updating of its legislation, the passing of this bill is suitable and critical to the efforts to achieve the desired outcome. I therefore seek the approval of the members of the House for this bill. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that just last week, when the Prime Minister met with the preparations for the upcoming hurricane season, that he made mention of the need for some of these fines, especially in the telecom sector, to be updated. Well, I'm pleased that we were on track, and I'm able to put this today so that both the telcos and the other industries that will be affected will see that we are serious about protecting their industries. Thank you.
Question is that the bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, I'll ask that it be read a second time.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Committee.
An act to amend provisions relating to penalties and monetary obligations in various enactments and for connected matters read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider bill clause by clause.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I said we just put the clauses. Yeah, so we put all the clauses together at once, in interest of time.
The request is that we take the clauses in act. Those in favor? Those against? The question is that I do report the bill at I put clause 1. Those in favor? I put clause, those against? Ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I put the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendment. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I said the bill we read a third time.
No. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I know I said the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
An act to amend provisions relating to penalties and monetary obligation in various enactments and for connected matters read a third time and passed.
A long day. Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business for the day. I just want to indicate that this has been a long day, and I think that members have done a fair amount of work today, and we've covered some good grounds. I therefore ask Mr. Speaker that we adjourn this Honorable House until Tuesday, June 17 at 2 p.m. in the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is that this House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 17th of June, 2025. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned.
These funds can be used for school-related expenses such as traveling, buying food, housing, or purchasing a laptop, for example. Eligibility is determined by the financial circumstances of applicants and the availability of grants. Apply early at slbja.com and be one of 4,200 beneficiaries of our granting aid.
One thing we need to remember is that there are many persons out there in our family, community, wider society who may be having challenges, and that these persons sometimes need to be heard, sometimes need to be helped, sometimes need to be hugged, right? And the best we can do to promote mental wellness in our community is just to be there for people, to be able